Good afternoon. Good afternoon. I'd like to call our May 2nd Town Council meeting to order. Could I have a pledge of allegiance, please? Thank you. Roll call, please. Here.
Ms. Moffitt?
Here.
Ms. Bell? Ms. Bell?
I think you were speaking to me. I couldn't hear very clearly, but if so, remotely present.
Ms. Berner? Dr. Heide-Sullivan?
Yes.
Ms. Tillerson? Yes. Mr. Wilk?
Yes.
Our first item are minutes from the April 4th meeting. Do we have it?
No, they were, you sent them a day later.
Oh,
Yeah.
my fault.
But except for some typos, I think they're okay.
I have all the confidence in you guys. Could I have a motion to approve, please?
So moved,
Second. Any discussion?
except, as I said, some typos.
All in favor?
Aye.
Okay.
Aye.
Updates. I just have one. It would have been 2 months ago. The contract that we have with the County of Charleston to provide dedicated coverage for sheriff's offices, specifically two deputies here from 7 to 7 was terminated. It will be effective June 1, this next coming month. I just want to report that at this particular point in time, we have not resolved the issue yet. So we are still working with the county in terms of a resolution. So we probably will meet again, well, not probably, we will meet again first week in June. So hopefully we'll have a resolution before then, and then we'll just have to, we will certainly send it out and let everybody know, all the residents know what it is that takes place. So, want to let everybody know that. Council members, John?
No.
Okay. Michael?
Yes, I wanted to give a little bit of an update to the community about quite a few meetings we had with community members over the last about 4 weeks. We had my 100 days event. We had a community drop-in meeting, Brad and I, on April 7th. We had an Our World event on April 27th, the mayor and me, and fixed office hours, and a couple of recent Ways and Means and Town Council meeting where community members were making comments. So I wanted to make sure that we provide the proper answers to some of them that we did not answer, either did not or were not able to answer in the meetings, or are probably of public interest. First, with communication, I want to remind everybody that we have our next community drop-in meeting on Friday of this week at 9 o'clock, I believe, at 9 o'clock here in this room. So this time it will be Mayor Labriola and myself. So please join this meeting from 9 to 11. I will start to have fixed office hours. I actually started today and will continue doing this every Tuesday from 9:30 to 11:30 here in our executive conference room behind me. Last topic for communication, we will have several podcasts that we will send out over the coming weeks. We will have one with Roger Warren. We will have one with the Conservancy leadership. So a few really key people to the island. So there are probably 4 or 5 in the planning right now. And announcements will go out timely, but I believe that this will be of great interest to the community. Public Works, we are in discussions with the company to provide street sweeping services for Kiowa Island Parkway and Beachwalker Drive, which I believe is really necessary, and also the portion here between the roundabout and the town center on a somehow regular basis. We have not figured that out yet. We are also or have made improvements to the Kiowa Island Parkway in terms of maintenance. I hope you have recognized that there's at least less trash flying around. So we are just policing a little bit better the contract with the service provider, and are also in discussions with them to increase in a few areas of that contract, for example, picking up trash daily, etc. Next topic that was mentioned during these meetings are some drainage problems along Kiowa Island Parkway, specifically after the bridge on the right side when you drive towards Freshfields. That's under investigation. Several community members had complaints about our Kestrel Court trash compactor site, which is not yet 100% finished, but almost. And I think we are waiting for some final equipment, but the complaints were especially about, signage and guidance and even being able to reach the doors to open it. And there will be some changes to, especially the signage, I believe this week or latest next week. There were some concerns from community members the last time, again yesterday, in the Ways and Means meeting about our recycling trash pickup. There were concerns that actually our recycling trucks that I think go around the island on Wednesdays would bring that to the landfill instead of to the recycling plant in North Charleston. We can assure you that is not the case. They are bringing it to the recycling plant. We even have a website where we can check the GPS signals of these trucks. And Julie is very particular about this, so we know exactly where these trucks are, and they do go to the recycling plant. The challenge, of course, is that we have community members and renters that are not really separating their trash properly. So we have a multitude of trash bins that are, so to speak, contaminated, and I would really ask the community to be more diligent. We also have a few of these crews, Carolina Waste crews, that are not 100% on par with the contract, and especially in smaller streets, they sometimes actually contaminate their trucks by themselves by, for example, throwing yard debris into the recycling truck. So whenever you see that, please report that back to the town. And last, in this context, we do have several HOAs or HOA regimes on the island that are not willing to accommodate a better control on the separation of trash from their HOA members, and that is why Carolina Waste has started to refuse picking up the trash in separate runs. So at these HOA regimes, all of the trash, no matter if it's recycled or household trash, goes into the landfill, mostly because, again, here in particular, the recycling bins and containers are so heavily contaminated that they cannot be serviced at the recycling facility. Number 3, traffic and safety. There have been a lot of concerns voiced about the first gate traffic issues and backups, especially in the morning hours and in the afternoon hours. And we are in the very final stages of applying several interim solutions to help guide the traffic. You will probably see this very latest at the next Ways and Means, probably even before that. There have also been concerns about the bike and pedestrian safety at the Beachwalker Drive and Kiowa Island Parkway intersection, so at the first gate. And also here we are in the final stages of providing better signage and also better markings on the pavement to help protect the bikers and pedestrians at that critical intersection. There also have been a lot of concerns voiced in these meetings about bike and pedestrian safety at several of the larger intersections between the leisure trails and the main roads, which is in particular Kiowa Island Parkway, Governor's Drive, Flyway, Ocean Course Drive. And I believe we really, really have to discuss with KICA board here how we can really improve this, both in terms of the markings on the pavement, which are more and more disappearing, but also the signage, and probably even applying certain techniques that I've seen at other states in our country, where pedestrians and bikers are able to push buttons and blinkers go off to notify vehicles to please stop and let them go. There also have been traffic safety concerns voiced from homeowners at the point. For those of you that were listening to our Ways and Means meeting yesterday, we have made clear to the contractor that are potentially working on the traffic situation, layout, roundabout, etc. at the first gate to include that into his investigation. Next topic. There were concerns voiced about if we have sufficient resources for the beach patrol and the code enforcement on the island. I looked at the data, and especially this concern was voiced over the last 10 years, if we really have been able to increase staff according to the growth of the island. And I can report that looking at the numbers in terms of both cost and team size, we are very well equipped in that area. Next, in this context, also concerns about the police coverage. John, you made the mayor just made that commentary, so I don't need to further. And there were quite a few also comments about the appropriate speed of driving on the island, from vehicles out too fast, for which we have radar control. But interesting enough, I also received quite a few commentary from community members voting for 40, 45 miles per hour on our roads. And also, interesting enough, that we would start giving tickets to vehicles that are driving only 15 or 20 miles an hour on the main roads. I leave that judgment to you. Development on the island, there were, of course, concerns voiced about the ARB and the future of the ARB. I would believe that Brad is reporting on his work group next. Beach walker parcels was a concern. I think we will address this also during the meeting at the end. There were concerns about dwelling units being allowed in Freshfields and in the new Endel West development. And I double-checked with Eden and especially Riverstone, and I can assure you there will be no dwelling units in those two developments. One is already done, but the other one that is under development. Quite a few concerns about Captain Sam Spit, as you can imagine. And I don't want to go into further details, but I very much understand, of course, that people are still wiggly about what will happen on that piece of land. We had also a discussion, the mayor and I, about this topic at the recent Our World event. This is what Stephanie does. Hold on. So there were concerns raised about the financial liability that the town would potentially carry when it would come to a performing arts center. I would assume, Brad, that you will maybe make a comment about this in your section. And then last, I can report that we will have our first internal meeting for Kiowa Goes Green in a few days. And we are currently in the selection process for community members to join. Happy enough, we had quite a few community members that are willing to contribute to this activity, Kiowa Goes Green. We have several other activities in the works, our volunteer policy, our conflict of interest policy, and also our ordinance review project had its first meeting yesterday. So quite a few topics in the works, but I wanted to make sure that I provide that feedback to the community. Thank you.
Thank you, Michael. Well done. Brad?
Just a couple of additional items, Mayor, given Michael's very comprehensive overview. In addition to his reference to increased maintenance along Kiowa Island Parkway, there will also be, and has already been, some enhanced maintenance along Beachwalker Drive. And in addition to that, we are in the early stages of planning for landscaping enhancements along Beachwalker Drive. About almost 2 weeks ago, we had a walkthrough, about a 90-minute walk along the length of Beachwalker Drive with staff, with the landscape contractor, planning contractor, as well as a number of community members to talk about what might be in place along Beachwalker Drive. Again, that's in the early phases, but our hope is that in the relatively near future, we will all benefit from some improvements along Beachwalker Drive. In the interim, given a little prodding, the landscape maintenance vendor has removed a lot of the dead limbs and palm fronds that had been piled up along Beachwalker Drive. And hopefully we will continue to see that look a little bit better than it has in the past. Two items that Michael referenced. One is with regard to the Architectural Review Working Group that has been established in the Kika and Toki are working together on that, along with some members of the community. We're in the very early stages of pulling together a lot of relevant information about scope of authority, interaction between the ARB and the developer, and Kika, and interaction between the developer and ARB and the town of Kiawah Island, and kind of how that shakes out. We anticipate holding one or more, I suspect it will be more, public meetings and/or hearings. Those have not yet been scheduled, but we will certainly reach out to the community about those. With regard to the Performing Arts Center, as we discussed and approved at the last council meeting, we are moving into phase 2 of the feasibility study or analysis. As part of that, there are a series of meetings that are being scheduled, and particularly the contractor, the consultant will be meeting with various community members and stakeholders to ascertain what the community potential users of the performing arts facility would be looking for, whether that becomes something that can be designed, where it might be designed, what the economics of that would be. But again, we're fairly early in that process. It's still a feasibility analysis. No decisions have been made about what would happen going forward, if anything at all. But again, there will be substantially additional outreach to the community in the coming few weeks. That's all, Mr. Mayor.
Thanks, Brad. My compliments to the investment in the audio. Your comment, Brad, were clear as a bell here. That's a few times do we ever sit in a room where we were having, someone speak and you can hear it so well. So that's they did it well. So well done.
Well, and I will say on my end, I can hear anybody that's speaking into the mics pretty well. Occasionally, Petra or Stephanie don't come through quite as clearly, and obviously it's more of an issue with people in the audience. But I can certainly hear you very, very clearly, Mr. Mayor, and Michael as well.
Very good. Okay, good. Steph, nothing from Russ. He's out to sea someplace.
Yes, he's out on vacation. He was going to try to call in today, but they have really bad service, and plus he's under the weather, so he reported he would not be in attendance today.
You're up.
Okay. You have in your packet, not unless you have any specific questions, we provided through our code enforcement team a copy of our violation report that dates back, I believe, to 2020 in some cases. It has your short-term rental. Code enforcement complaints in there, what we call daytime code enforcement, our evening code enforcement officers, and beach patrol. So if you don't have any questions specifically, we provided that information for you. I also would like to go over a few things with regards to the community meetings that council members have had, that questions that they've received from community members, and I'd just like to provide some brief updates on those, if I can. So under amenities, and thank you, Dr. Hadenfelder, he's put these categories together for me, so I will read as he has put these categories together. So under amenities, we have agreements in regards to the placing of beach chairs, umbrellas on the beach. There's been some concerns or complaints about the location of the chairs or the umbrellas, for example, Timbers or the club or the resort. We do have, in some of these cases, they are placing the properties on, or these umbrellas, equipment on their private property. If not, the others, we do have an agreement with Island Beach Services, and they have a location where they can also place it. So we are looking into those to make sure that everyone's in compliant in terms of where they can place their chairs and umbrellas, to remove those at the end of the night. And we'll be working with the private developers on the location to make sure they do not exceed their property line. So that's primarily, I believe, the concern is that they might be stretching out beyond their property line in terms of these beach chairs and umbrellas. So staff will continue to monitor that and make sure that everyone stays in compliance in regards to their appropriate locations. Also reported were some missing trash bins along the beach after the recent storm. Believe that we now have all the trash bins back in place. We do realize that there are some that is tilted in the sand a little bit more. So our Public Works Department is aware of that. They'll be going out. I know before they need some sort of equipment and help to be able to get those trash bins out the sand. It happens a lot, but we are aware of that, and we're working on getting those fixed and taking care of that issue. The other issue will be discussed today in regards to the rain garden. There was some concern about the town has provided financial assistance or grants to Kiowa Conservancy. They go through a process. It's vetted through our environmental committee, then through Ways and Means, and ultimately to council. They had submitted project to be able to fund 2 rain gardens. The town approved that. One location was proposed at Red Bluff, and the other location was here at Town Hall. They will have the discussion on that to update everyone in regards to that project. And the concern was with regards to the Red Bluff location. And I don't want to steal their thunder, but Dr. Hedenfelder and I met with them earlier today, and we believe we have a resolution in regards to the Red Bluff location, and they'll discuss that during their presentation. The other topics that came up, one had to do with beach access suited for disability challenge, and specifically was boardwalk number 22. I've passed that information along to Ms. White, and she said she was working with Tony on that, and so I have not received any additional information. But at one of the meetings, I guess a member of the community had inquired about making boardwalk 22 accessible, ADA accessible. And so we've passed that information along to Ms. White. The other question came up in regards to Turtle Beach and Atlantic Beach parking, specifically for short-term rentals. There was an owner who has had, I believe it's the same owner, who's had tickets issued from the town in the past because they violated the parking requirements or restrictions based on how many they can ideally fit on in their driveway. This came up, we discussed it with Michael. We continuously try to work with all owners of short-term rental properties. This particular property is managed by the resort. We work with the resort. They have provided parking for owners that may not be able to meet the town's requirement. And so with Jan and the resort personnel, we work very well together in trying to make sure that those issues are addressed. Part of the other issues with regards to this particular owner is when she and her family is utilizing the house, can they essentially have more cars to park on the street? We've said that our ordinance, when you have a short-term rental license, we don't know who's in the house. We don't know if it's an owner or if it's a short-term rental guest. So we essentially treat it like it's a short-term rental. But we've also said if you had guests that come over during the daytime, we're not concerned about that from the town's perspective in terms of parking. We're only looking at it for overnight parking. So we try to address her concern about if she has family come over just for the day to visit. That's not something that the town is concerned about, but for overnight, if she can only get 2 vehicles in the driveway and the third one has to park on the street overnight, that's when it becomes an issue. So we are constantly working with individuals in regards to that matter. The other matter I know, Mayor, that you're going to address at a later time, so I would not bring that up at this time. We just discussed that before we stepped into the meeting today. One thing that I want to bring to everyone's attention is that this year the town will be celebrating its 35th birthday. And we've already, through Shai, our communications department, who's been working very hard on this, and Aaron, we have a date of it's Friday, September 8th. It's going to be a celebration here at Town Hall. Of course, more information will be pushed out. We're going to have food and music and just have a great time celebrating the town's 35th anniversary. So that's already in planning. And as you can see, we already have a date, and the location is going to be here. That's all I have now, unless there's any specific questions for me.
Stephanie, is there any update on the town's website?
Yes, we are very close to completing that. Our goal is to send out the link to council members and to staff by this Friday for you all to take a look and offer any suggestions in terms of content. And then we plan on doing a soft release this month and a full rollout at our next council meeting in June.
Thank you.
Very good. Thanks, Stephanie. Okay, Council Wilson, you have some items you wish to discuss.
Yes, sir. Petra over here to help me. As council knows from the agenda, it's been discussed and talked about.
I'm sorry, Joe, just wait 1 second and just talk right into the mics to make sure everybody can hear.
Thank you. About addressing some questions that have been raised about the 2013 amended and restated development agreement. And, you know, obviously I've been sitting on my hands because I'm the town attorney. And a town attorney cannot generally provide his legal advice to the public because that's a waiver of the attorney-client privilege. And only the client can waive the attorney-client privilege, i.e. the town and council. So attorneys are very restricted in what they can and can't say. However, after some discussions, I wanted to present to council the opportunity for me as the town attorney to address some of these issues. But what I would like is clarity and a vote from council to okay this discussion. Does that make sense?
Yes. This is in the form of a motion?
Yes, sir. A resolution.
So, Joe, I mean, do we need to formally, the motion to waive any attorney-client privilege with regard to the discussion pertaining to the ARDA?
That would suffice, yes.
That why I so move.
There a second? Second. Okay, so it's been moved and second. Any discussion relative to this motion and/or what Joe is asking? All set. All in favor?
Aye.
Okay, Joe.
Aye.
Thank you. So again, I've been asked to take a look at this. We have another attorney that's been helping me, Ross Appel, who has been retained for some time by council to give a quote second opinion And we have both produced substantial memoranda on some of these issues, well, on a lot of issues, frankly. And so this is kind of a summary, attempting to summarize some of our opinions. These development agreements that we're talking about with Kiowa Resort Associates have been in place in one form or another since 1994. So we're talking 30 years here of the town and the developer working together, entering development agreements, and everybody understanding how those development agreements are implemented. So we have 30 years of implementation and understanding of these development agreements. With that in mind, even though there's 30 years of that background and support from town council members and former town attorneys and former town planning directors, all of whom have been pretty much in lockstep on these issues, I was asked to do a legal audit of the amended and restated development agreement early last year. So that's an audit I've been involved in for the past year. It's produced, hundreds, if not 1,000 hours worth of work, dozens of legal memoranda have been provided to town council on these issues. I can promise everyone here that no one has spent more time looking at the 2013 development agreement other than our planning director, Mr. Taylor, and myself. And Ross Appel's probably a close third on that. So these are not off-the-cuff opinions. It's something that I've looked at and studied for an entire year. The questions raised, I've generally broken them down into 3 categories. The first one is, do ARDA standards apply to owners other than KRA? Now, these ARDA standards are the development standards contained in the exhibits of the ARDA that say setback and lot coverage for all of the properties covered by the ARDA. And there's been some question as to whether those standards apply regardless of who owns the property. The second question has been, can the planning director use an administrative allowance that's included in the ARDA? An administrative allowance is where the planning director is allowed to add a little bit to a setback or reduce a setback a little, maybe add a little bit to lot coverage, which was the situation here. And they're quite common in both the ARDA, the development agreement, and in our own town code. And then the third question is, can the town become involved in enforcing private covenants? And this is largely the KICA covenants and the other covenants that have created the ARB and the KICA board out here. So just in summary, and these were answers that have been provided already by staff and by myself, and much of that's been passed on to everyone, but we're here to reiterate our opinions on this that really haven't changed in the last 2 months we've been looking at it. All development covered by the ARDA's development standards are covered by the ARDA's development standards. So any real estate, any real property covered by this development agreement is covered by the ARDA's standards, largely because development standards in the ARDA have been adopted and made a part of our zoning code, as if they are in there physically. They are an appendix to our zoning code. So, for instance, they apply to everything in the preserve, right? Regardless of who owns it, it's almost like a resort zoning district, which is what it's called. Some development agreements have been called in our own zoning code. It's like a floating district over the top. Second, the planning director can apply ARDA standards. And again, these are the standards included in 13.1, 13.2, and 13.3, which are part of our zoning code. And because they are part of our zoning code, the planning director can rely and use those standards, and has to, per the development agreement. And finally, and this is just not even beyond dispute, the town cannot be involved in enforcing private covenants. That is not the town's duty. That is strictly prohibited by the town code and state law. So, and I'm going to probably go through some of this pretty quickly. I don't want to get too bogged down. But on the first issue, is all development covered by ARDA? So again, we've been talking about the preserve. Every lot in the preserve is covered by ARDA, primarily because by ordinance number 2013-14, it was made part of the zoning code, Article 12 of the town's land use planning and zoning code regulations. So again, it's just like it's in the code. We have another portion of our zoning code, and this is a reference to a different development agreement, but it gives you an idea of what the thinking is when a development agreement is incorporated into our zoning code. It essentially creates a resort overlay district. And again, it's just like a zoning district. And zoning districts apply to all the property in the district. It doesn't change based on ownership. Another provision in our code states that standards set forth in the development agreement shall govern. So our zoning code recognizes when development agreements are entered, those standards prevail. Looking at the law, it's the cardinal rule of contract interpretation is to ascertain and give effect to the intention of the parties. And so that's what me and Mr. Appel do when we look at a 50-page agreement like the development agreement. What's been the intention of the parties? And that intent can be seen again from 30 years of application of this development agreement, where everyone that's looked at it, past town attorneys, past planning directors, past town councils, and indeed the developer and its attorneys have all understood, and everyone applying for development on this island, whether it's the developer or an individual, have all abided by these rules for 30 years. No one said, I'm not part of the ARDA for whatever reason. You can't apply the development agreement to me. The suggestion from some of our residents is that the ARDA standards apply to the developer, but then our town zoning code should apply to individual owners. So you're going to have, if that were true, you're going to have lots in a development that are being developed under different standards based on ownership. There's a lot of reasons that can't happen other than it's all a violation of our zoning code. First of all, it's state law. State law requires uniformity in standards within a district. So you can't develop different standards for different people within the same district. It will lead to absurd results, as I pointed out. You'll have one lot, if it were developed by the developer, it would be built one way, and its neighbor's lot would be built another way. The development would be approved based on KRA standards, if what they're saying is true, and then built on by the individual owner under a different set of standards. This is not what anyone intended or has ever intended. Lots within a development are developed under the same set of standards. And again, this is just confirmed in the development agreement language repeatedly. It says the laws applicable to the development of real property subject to this agreement are those in force at the time of the execution of this agreement. Since the ARDA was part of our laws when this agreement was entered, that includes ARDA. And so it applies to all real property development. ARDA confirms, this is because a lot of this is centered on the preserve. I've just pulled this one out, but the preserve is part of the real property. It's stated that in Exhibit 4.1. All of ARDA, not just individual lots, but the entire parcel. It's stated it in Exhibit 13.2, which sets out some of the development standards. It says includes parcel 30 preserve. ARDA states that these agreements run with the land. That means that once KRA sells a piece of property, the ARDA agreements, the development agreement, runs with the land like a covenant. So it applies to everyone who purchases it. There's been a lot of discussion about the definition of property owner in the development agreement. And the development agreement repeatedly states that the property owner, and it doesn't really even matter because the ARDA already applies to everyone, but it's just confirmed in this language that the property owner includes successors in title to KRA. And that's a legal term, but one that every lawyer understands that a successor in title is someone who receives title through a deed. And so that's all the individual buyers of lots in the preserve. Any person who takes title to a lot in the preserve is a successor in title to the developer, full stop. They are therefore a property owner. They are covered by the development standards in the development agreement. There's no language in the development agreement excluding lots owned by individuals, which is an important point. So just in summary, the ARDA standards are part of the zoning code. The zoning code recognizes those ARDA standards. The intent of the parties show they're supposed to be the intent of the parties show that the standards in the development agreement apply. 30 years of that implementation is behind it. State law requires uniformity. Any other sort of interpretation would lead to absurd results that I don't think anyone wants. And the language in the ARDA confirms that it applies to all property that are covered by the ARDA. So that's the answer to the first question. The second question is, what standards does the planning director apply when he's looking at these lots? And again, ARDA contains those standards in Exhibit 13.3. It covers the preserve, and it's all part of the zoning code. There's been a focus on a footnote 1 of 13.3 that creates an administrative allowance to exceed lot coverage. And that's a footnote that Mr. Taylor has relied upon for many, many years, and that everyone involved with the development agreements has relied upon in the past. But there is a problem with it, and you know, there are some ambiguities, as there are in any 50-page contract. Footnote 1 does say that the ARB shall prescribe and determine lot area, and can provide this administrative adjustment. And that's an ambiguity. It's problematic in the way that it's stated. I think it's quite clear, though, what's going on here is that the people who drafted this agreement did not think about the wording of it once it's placed in the zoning code, which it is. This language is essentially in our zoning code. It is made an appendix to our zoning code. As that, the reference to the ARB really doesn't make any sense. The ARB does not administer our zoning code, full stop. That is not what this means. No one would ever think that's what this means. The town planning director administers our zoning code, and this is part of our zoning code. So both I have concluded, and Ross Appel has concluded, and John Taylor has concluded that this reference is, in the context of our zoning code, means the town administrator. It means whomever is administering Exhibit 13.3 has these privileges of granting an administrative adjustment. So we do have some odd language here, but in the context of the zoning code, it's quite clear that this applies to the administrator, and that's the way it's always been interpreted. It's been used by the planning director for 30 years, even before the town was doing it, when the county was handling it for us. And again, the fact that this is part of our zoning code is repeated in our town code. It's repeated in the ARDA again and again and again. The standards set forth in the development agreement govern. Planning, and this is important, Section 1225 of our code makes it quite clear, as does state law, that the planning director is the person within the town that administers the code and issues and approves zoning permits. It's not the council, it's not me, it's not Stephanie, it's the planning director. That is his job, that is his lane, and this is his decision, and I have supported it from the beginning that this is started, because it's clearly what the intent was here. And so he has that decision, and I believe he's going to stick with footnote 1 going forward. And a quick point about this and the relevance of all this, Section 1224 of our code sets out how the planning director can be challenged when someone disagrees with one of his decisions. It's set out very clearly. It can be appealed to our BZA, and there's 5 business days to do that. And once those 5 business days is up, his decision is binding. And no amount of discussion, council can't jump in and reverse that decision. They can change the law, they cannot reverse a decision. Homeowners are entitled to rely upon the permits that they receive from this town, full stop. It would be unconscionable, that's what our Supreme Court called it. It would be unconscionable for a town, after the issuance of a permit, to come back and say, no, we have a different interpretation now, and we're going to change the terms of the permit. So that cannot be done. So the third question, can the town enforce private covenants? And this one is pretty straightforward again. It would seem to be fairly easy, but the question keeps getting raised. Our zoning code, Section 1228B, like pretty much every zoning code you're going to see out there, says private restrictions shall not be enforced by the town. So this is a reference to covenants, relationship to private restrictions. That's what a covenant is. It's a private contract between the person who purchased the lot and the homeowners association that has a covenant, or anyone who has a covenant, covering that lot. That is a private agreement between those two people. If they have a dispute, they can take it to a court. That is not the town's role. This is confirmed by state law that does say that people have to, applicants for permits to the town do have to check a box that says it complies with the restrictive covenants in place. But what it also says is that a planning director must issue a permit if quote, "The restrictive covenant has been released by action of the appropriate authority." So that means that if the authority that's enforcing the private restriction, in this case frequently the ARB, if they sign off and say that this application has complied with our covenants, the town has no grounds to look behind that decision. The planning director cannot, under state law, reverse or examine that opinion. The ARB is the authority that interprets and enforces its covenants, not the town. This is simply confirmed in our development agreement, which has language. ARB shall have the sole and exclusive jurisdiction to enforce and interpret covenants. This is almost a superfluous language because it's already the law. It's just a confirmation of what the law says. And when you start getting involved in these kind of private disputes and interfering with property rights, bad things can happen to the town. We have a very big Supreme Court case that came out of Isle of Palms, Lucas, and it makes very clear that government cannot interfere with property rights. The U.S. Constitution, I had to go back and look at this, the Contracts Clause, something I haven't had to look at before. No state shall pass any law impairing the obligation of contracts. What that translates to at the end of the day is the government can't step in and change the terms of a contract. Third parties cannot enforce contracts. So again, the town is a third party to the covenant. The town is not a party to the covenants. Parties to the covenants are the property owners and the entity that holds the covenants. The town is merely a third party. So it's my opinion, and it's been my opinion from day one, and no amount of discussion is going to change that opinion from me or Ross or Mr. Taylor, that the town cannot enforce the ARB or KICA covenants. And just, however, I do take some time to look at some of the issues raised because the development agreement does have a reference to some retained rights in the KICA covenants. I've reached out to the KICA attorney, and he has confirmed that what's going on with the KICA board has nothing to do with the provision that's referenced in our development agreement. They are asserting a board position under a different amendment, and that's the focus of what the dispute is over there. Not that we should be involved in it, but that is the explanation I have received. And I looked, I did look at the covenants that he was referring to, and there is a separate amendment that says the KRA can retain a board seat. And it's not the one that's referenced in our development agreement. So just to summarize again, all development is covered by ARDA's development standards in 13.3, 13.2, and 13.1. The planning director can apply those standards to all development, and the town cannot enforce private covenants. So, I mean, having said all that, it's been a mantra for myself, for Ross, and for some of the council members that, you know, it's important that everyone understand that the town has entered agreements that have been in place for 30 years. Current council may want to steer the town in a different direction, and that's great. They can do that. But they can't do it in violation of the rights established by state law and these contracts. I would encourage, once again, that town, instead of looking back and trying to find some magic formula to overturn a development agreement that's been in place in some form or another for 30 years, instead of trying to overturn that development agreement in the last 6 months of its existence, that we look forward to the important issues facing the town including the comprehensive plan and what the town's going to do when the development agreement sunsets this December, which is going to happen. And, you know, those are far more important issues for the town to think about. So that is the presentation. I guess the only other question is, if council wishes, Mr. Appel and I can do a short summary of these opinions. We'll try to keep it as short as humanly possible for public release.
I should have done this earlier. Certainly there's members of the audience here who understands exactly what this was in reference to. There may be people, residents viewing in, not quite understanding the context in which this is presented. This has been an issue now for a number of months, as Joe said earlier, that he has been working on and informed us and supported John and Stephanie. We had some additional questions relative to it, and I approved the engaging Ross to once again provide additional supports or provide additional opinions. So that's with a little bit of the context. It is unfortunate that there's reference to a resident, but like most cases, they're spawned from somewhere, something, and this one happened to be spawned by an issue that had come up. There's a great breadth in Joe's summary of what he's talked about here. I think you've covered two things that you've requested council to do. One is the approval of a release of a public statement, and then two, the discussion, which you've certainly provided the discussion. I guess I would ask council what their preference would be. Would you like to see the public statement that Joe and Ross would prepare to review it prior to its release? No. John? No. I would go ahead and prepare it.
I would certainly want to see that, but Mayor, I actually have a few questions. I've had a limited opportunity to kind of review Joe's memo, his 25-page memo that he provided us on Thursday, and I do have a few questions for him regarding what he's covered today.
Okay, but you have the support of council to prepare it and to release it. I think there are residents who are very interested in seeing this. We have to bring some level of closure
Yes.
to this. Okay, after saying that, any other comments from?
Yes, Mayor, I do have
I
a
would
few
like
questions.
to.
Well, hold on. Go ahead, Michael.
So, Joe, if it's possible, because as the mayor said, I think there are a few people here in the room that know what you're talking about, but I would still think that the majority of the community has yet not made the connection between what they probably have seen on Aikiowa a couple of weeks ago, one of those typical rainy Sunday storms and aftermath, and what you're talking about.
Yeah.
I don't want to push you too far, but at least if you would, without the need to mention the address or even the owner, because I think that would also, for my taste, go a little bit too far, but at least, give a little bit of a context as far as you can do it to the audience here and those that are online and will watch later, so that they can put your entire, elaborate a little bit in place, in a perspective.
And I thank you for that opportunity. And I want to be cautious about going too far. And
Right.
so, but I'm more than happy to respond to that. This all came up, and it's a problem. This all came up in the context of an owner who has applied for redevelopment in addition to their property of a accessory, I'll call it just an accessory dwelling unit. And the permit was issued to do this work last year. That permit was issued relying upon the standards in the development agreement. It's in the preserve, which is covered by the development agreement. And that permit was issued relying on lot coverage standards that are in the development agreement. And there was also an administrative allowance, the footnote 1 in the development agreement that was used. And that permit was issued to the owner. The owner has already long since started construction. I don't think they're quite finished with it. But in that context, and that's why I brought it up, well, you can't withdraw that permit. But the questions that have been raised were, number one, can the development agreement apply to an individual owner? And I've tried to answer that most definitively it can. The standards don't change depending on who owns a piece of property, full stop. Number two, the footnote that it gives the administrative allowance does unfortunately refer to ARB, but in the context of it being a part of our zoning code, Mr. Taylor has always interpreted it in a way that means whoever is administering these standards. And I have agreed with that interpretation, and so has Ross, Mr. Appel. And I think it's important to remember, even if Mr. Taylor had applied the administrative waiver in our zoning code rather than in the development agreement, the permit would have been granted. And this is what he's done for all his many, many years. This is how he interprets it. And I think, I know that builders out here, that's what they expect. People who design houses to comply with our permitting expect this because that's the way it's always been done. And then the last questions arose, there's been just a whole panoply of questions about the town's ability to look behind what the private ARB is doing, and whether, for instance, this particular lot complies with the ARB's own standards. And my point here, again, is that is not for the town to answer. Once the ARB says it's in compliance with the covenants, then as far as the town is concerned, there's no basis to look beyond that.
Well, I want to keep the agenda going. I think.
I'm sorry.
I would like to make one addition.
Because Brad has.
Mr. Mayor, I have some questions and comments as well.
I understand. I know that. Yeah. Let's finish up, Michael.
Just one comment. So again, I want to make sure that the community understand this. All what we have been hearing here for the last 30 minutes is about one property. Okay. What Joe said earlier, and hold up the folder and all the work he had put in, that has only partially to do with it. That's a totally separate bill he's sending us. Here we are only talking about one particular property in the preserve that many of us have seen, a lot of communication on IKEA. But more importantly, and that's the reason why we had to get involved and why we asked Joe and Ross to get involved, is that we have seen an onslaught of emails from various, although limited number of community members about this one property, accusing the town, accusing staff, in particular accusing our planning director, John Taylor, of wrongdoing. So what we hearing here now is in relation to only this topic. And as I pointed out in the Ways and Means meeting yesterday, and these are still incomplete numbers, very incomplete numbers, because we haven't received all of the invoices about the legal work that had to be done about this one particular issue of one particular property. So far, without even having received in the final invoice from Ross Appel, by the way, we already had to spend $30,000 on legal fees related to these accusations. I just want to set that in perspective.
Okay, thanks, Michael. Brad, you had a comment? Question?
But I actually have a series of questions, Mayor, for Joe. And to kind of follow up on the point both the mayor and Michael have made, my questions and my apologies in advance. This may take a little bit of time to work through this since Joe provided a very comprehensive memo to us last Friday, 25 pages. There was a lot of material there. I will confess that on Thursday and Friday, I was engaged in the member golf tournaments on the golf course all day long. And on Saturday, I spent 9 hours in a car, and on Sunday, 8 hours on a plane and in airports. So I've had less time than I would like to kind of parse some of this. And I want to make clear that my questions are going to be directed not at as much as possible the kind of the instant property issue, because I agree we probably invested too much time as a community and as a council and from council staff standpoint on one matter, and I would agree with the conclusion that Joe has provided that whether or not mistakes were made, that there is, in a sense, no remedy available. What was done, and the appropriate remedies had to be pursued at that point in time. But what has given me some concern is that some of the conclusions and some of the statements made have implications for the administration and enforcement of the zoning code, and have to inform the council's work going forward with regard to issues like the Architectural Review Task Force, trying to figure out which provisions of the ARDA need to be dealt with prior to its sunsetting, as well as which may or may not survive the sunsetting. And also, since there are other development agreements in place, are some of these same issues likely to come up in other contexts? So I just want to make clear that the questions I'm going to pose to Joe are not trying to, in a sense, relitigate in any way, shape, form, or fashion the validity of the current development agreement. I've indicated in the past I do have some issues there, but let's put that aside because I think Joe is right. It's very late in the day to worry about that. But it's going forward, what do we need to be concerned about? So the first question, I guess, Joe, is with regard to the reference to real property, what real property is subject to the ARDA. And I think you would agree that a developer has no legal basis to enter into a contract or with a town or anyone else with regard to property it does not own.
Well, I apologize. And I certainly respect your questions and equally respect your answers. If we start getting into the technical legal interpretation of one attorney's commenting on another attorney, we're not going to be able to do that this afternoon. Brad, could you take your time to write those down and send those to Joe?
No, actually, Mr. Mayor, unless there were a commitment, ma'am, I have the floor. I think it's important to get some of these issues addressed publicly. If there is a commitment that if I write these answers down, and that there is a response that is made publicly as well to all of them, then I'd be happy to consider that. Otherwise, Joe's had the floor for 30 or 40 minutes on this. I've just had the opportunity, like I said, to try to read through the 25 pages of his memoranda. I do have a series of questions that I think are important to address publicly.
Well, I have no doubt.
If I may, Brad, I understand your point and your concern, But I would say that if you've just had time to read through 25 pages of Joe's document, then perhaps you need a little more time to come up with the questions that actually get to the point. And now is really not the time to do that.
I've done that, John. I've done that. And that's what I'm prepared to walk
Excuse
through
me.
right now.
Excuse
I've
me.
done that.
I think that if you write these down and we say that this is going to, it's asking them now and taking, who knows, another 2 hours to answer your questions is the same as you writing them down and publicly responding to you, which to me makes a whole lot more sense because it's going to take you a long time to just get to the point.
There
And
are
if I may
several
add-
points, and I'm not in any hurry. I carved out all day for this, notwithstanding the fact that I originally
Well,
scheduled
this
a
is
number
not
of
all
other
about
meetings
just
here.
you, though, Brad. It's not really about
yes.
just you.
I have no doubt the citizen comments we haven't gotten to. I will be surprised if we don't have
Let me just-
citizens comes up, that they will have comments, and I will be not surprised once you publish your summary statement, we're going to have comments. But this, to a certain extent, this is how we've gotten ourselves into this situation. We received so much, we've prepared so much.
And let me just summarize, because it really answers a lot of these questions. And I'm just going to say it, I've said it before, and I'm going to say it again. Those development standards in 13.3 are part of our zoning code, full stop. It does not matter beyond that what the development agreement says or what you think it covers. That standard is part of our zoning code. It
So,
is,
Joe,
let me finish my answer.
I
It is part of
completely
the development
understand that.
standards.
So one of the questions would be that you said the ARDA has been adopted as an appendix to the zoning code, so therefore is part of the zoning code. So I assume that means not just 13.1, 13.2, 13.3, it would be all 50
Now,
pages
you're
or whatever
starting
it is,
to-
40 pages of the agreement, as well as all 600 pages and 30-plus exhibits of the ARDA are all now part of the town's zoning code, correct?
No. No. As I've said, intent matters. 30 years of implementation matters. What was adopted as part of our zoning code are the standards contained that are obviously applicable to development. That's 13.1, 13.2, and 13.3. Efforts
Joe,
to
I would
read, you
encourage
have
you
to
to
let me
read
finish.
the 2013-14, the ordinance. It does not in any way, shape, form, or fashion limit it to those three. As a matter of fact, if you look at the ordinance itself at that point in time, it specifically also references, for example, the exhibits regarding the fresh fields development standards. It specifically references those and say they are incorporated into
Right.
the town's zoning ordinance.
Again,
I
all of
have to
this is
stop
addressed.
this. Honest to God, I have to stop this. It's 2:15. I have to be respectful of everybody that's here, everybody
I
that's
have,
listening.
Mr. Mayor, as a matter of parliamentary procedure, I have the floor.
But
Call the
Brad, think
question.
about this. You're going to take, you've carved out time. God bless you. We've all carved out time. There's business to conduct. I respect your questions. We all do. But we have to write your questions down. We'll set up I don't know what, well, this is similar to the Cape.
We've afforded the town attorney a substantial amount of time to walk through this.
We've afforded the town attorney, we got a second opinion from the town attorney to do exactly what he's done. Now, he's prepared it, he gave it to council. We've read it, we're here. I understand the predicament that you were in terms of your own time commitments, but my goodness, we all just can't be subordinated to the fact if you want to go over all of the questions you have for Joe. Write them down.
I want to, all of this work was done knowing about your questions, Brad, because you've submitted them.
Right.
The answers are in the memos, and they're covered in 25 pages of my memos and Mr.
Joe, that
O'Connor's.
is, I gotta say, that's categorically incorrect.
Okay.
Incorrect, and that's
Can
why I
I-
want to raise the questions now, because I'm
Can I-
specifically addressing questions with regard to the issues that you've raised in your 25 pages and the implications of some of those items
Can I-
for going forward with the administration of our zoning regulations.
Brad, can I ask you, are you looking for answers?
I'm looking to address questions to the town attorney with regard to the statements he's made today.
Can you
and
just
that
read,
he's-
you have your questions in hand. No dialogue, no discourse, but if you want, can you have your questions, I suppose, to read them into the record as compared to writing them and sending them to Joe? Is that what you're asking to do?
what I'd like to do is pose my questions now, have him respond to those publicly now, since this is what this
Can
forum
I-
is all about.
Can I make a suggestion, please? Because honestly, I read these 25 pages over the last 5 days probably 3 or 4 times, because I am not a lawyer. I see myself having some legal skills working in business for many, many years and dealing with a lot of lawyers during these times. But I had to read this several times to make sure I really understand the matter. If you guys are now going into an excursus of questions and answers, the likelihood that but most importantly, many of the people that are sitting here in the room and are online and will watch this later getting lost during that discussion is extremely high. So I would beg that we put this in writing so that we all can read it, all can understand it, give Joe and Ross the time to respond to it, and I have no objection to continue doing this in public, but please give us the chance, those of us that are not working in the legal profession, to follow the conversation. That's all I'm saying.
Some of this, I can assure you, Michael, does not get into, I'm not going to get into the antecedent rule or other similar issues. The things that I are going to raise are pretty obvious and straightforward. For
So Brad, let me
example-
ask you a question. What purpose is
and,
served by doing this
set up a
now?
process. Pardon?
What purpose is served by doing this now with your single-minded focus on some ulterior motive that just drives everything you do? And we're not getting anywhere besides repeating again and again and again what you're trying to do. The mayor has suggested you write these
ulterior
questions
motive?
down,
What ulterior
and Joe
motive are
will
you
answer
trying
them in public. But I see no purpose served by your continuing to dominate this discussion for who knows how much longer. And if you've got the questions and you know what they are and they're written down, just send that to Joe and he'll respond and we'll publish it.
Brad, I apologize. I'm going to take a vote. There's 4 of us here. I got to see how everybody feels. Do I have what's the flavor of the council? What do you guys want to do at 20 after 2 with the agenda that we have forward? Do we want to, Brad has made an excellent point. He has the floor. Do we continue? Do you want to stop it and have him put it in writing and Joe respond?
Stop it and put it in writing. and
That's
Joe
actually
respond.
not a debatable, I have the floor. That's not a privileged motion.
Well,
These are volunteer jobs. Anybody? Do we have volunteers
Called a
in the
motion
audience?
to call the issue.
Say it again?
It's called a motion to call the issue. And that closes the discussion with a 3/4 vote of a council.
Do I do that? Do I have
Yes,
a
a
motion?
motion to
The
close.
only privileged
Call the
motion
issue.
when somebody has the floor is a motion to adjourn.
That is not true. There's a motion to call the issue.
so I'll
What
make a
is the
motion to
issue
call
that
the
would be
issue.
called?
John's made a motion to call the issue.
I second.
Yes.
What
It's been
is
seconded.
what is the issue that would be called?
Second.
The current agenda item.
The issue,
Yes.
yes.
So
Or do
Which
we
is
have
D2.
D2.
D2?
D2.
All in favor of calling the
Can
issue?
I have one condition
Yes.
to my vote, is that, of course, this discussion has to take place.
Sure, but
Right?
it's not now.
But just not now, because of all the reasons that also the mayor laid out and I laid out earlier. But I want to make the clear condition that this should be debated. If this is maybe in a forum similar to today, in the next couple of days between Joe and Brad, that's perfectly fine, and community in the room, perfectly fine with me. But we still have a lot of other business to serve, and I think we need to set priorities. That's all I'm saying.
And I would certainly be fine with that, Michael. That's an excellent suggestion. Again, I would just simply emphasize
No,
that
you
I
have
think there
still
are important
citizen comments
questions
to all
raised with
agenda
regard
items.
to the administration of all this going forward.
There's a motion on the floor to call the question,
Okay.
and you need to have a vote on that.
All right,
All in favor? We got a motion on the
Aye.
floor.
Aye.
Aye.
done.
It's done.
Next.
Okay.
Citizens' comments.
The public statement, it's important, I don't even know what guidance to suggest. You'll have to work on that.
Yeah,
have
we'll
to get
move
the-
on.
We'll get the
It's fine.
questions. Okay. Citizen comments. Yes, sir. please.
Mr. Mayor, Council, I have two comments. Andy Capelli, Governor's Drive. Comments on two of the agenda items. The first relates to the discussion yesterday at the Ways and Means Committee meeting, and I'd ask Council to reconsider an action taken yesterday and a recommendation that was before you today based on that discussion. Withdrawing support from the USGA tournament was made for the wrong reason. I believe it clearly showed a lack of understanding among some of the comments based on what the USGA organization is. The tournament benefits all of Kiowa. Kiowa is not benefiting the Kiowa Club is not benefiting from the tournament. All of Kiowa is benefiting by the exposure that the tournament gives to the USGA community and all those who might be willing to observe it either at the Golf Channel or wherever it's presented, and that is consistent with past tournaments held here, not necessarily by the PGA alone, but also by the USGA. We have had a USGA tournament here, the Mid-Amateur Tournament, a number of years ago. There's been a lot of activity after it with respect to the community, and the funds provided to pay, or that we would provide, are part of a pool of funds that are used to pay expenses of the PGA, the USGA and the tournament. They don't go to the club. If anything goes to the club, it may be for direct services the club provides to the tournament, but there is no direct funding of the club in any way. I think it's fair to say whatever is paid, as far as I know, the club does not charge the USGA any money to use the facilities, the courses, one of which is only going to be used for the qualification rounds, and the second one will be used for the final rounds as well as the qualification rounds.
Okay.
All
you.
volunteer services are paid nothing. Basically, they're received at no cost. The last USGA Mid-Am tournament, volunteers received no uniforms and did not pay the USGA a fee. I assume that's going to continue as it was in the past. Many of the costs have already been incurred. And being involved in the Mid-Am tournament a number of years ago, the volunteer group, the leaders of that group were actually required to go on site to the prior year's tournament at some cost borne by the sponsors to be, if you will, and paid for by the sponsors.
Okay. Okay, thank you,
Thank you,
Andy.
Andy.
We
We
appreciate
understand
your concern. So we'll take that into consideration.
Okay, on the second point, try to be quick about it. It's regarding your discussion coming up about the Kimberly Horn alternatives that are being presented for Beachwalker Drive. I would like to suggest that at this point, the PGA experience, and I say PGA in the sense of how the tournament was run and how it turned out for the Kiawah Island community at the last PGA tournament in 20. The experience has to be considered by the council as well before any decision is made to relocate or locate a gate pass office somewhere other than where it is now. In that tournament, the remote parking location and the issuance of passes at that location allowed for a free flow of traffic through the gate. It didn't affect the community negatively, and I'd ask you to consider the experience of Sea Pines by having Sea Pines Plantation of having an alternative pass office issued for all of its all of the individuals passing through the gate, other than residents. Property along Betsy Kerrison Parkway, for example, across from the EMS location, if available, would be a suitable place to put a building that might house an office, a pass office. There's easy access in and out. It also could be significantly, I shouldn't say significantly, but it also would provide space for the town to put a museum or some information center in that building at the same time people are waiting or getting their passes. It may even give the town the option of purchasing less land at Beachwalker, since it would be remotely available to the town, to KICA to issue its passes if they so desired. The location of the pass office at the gate will not solve the traffic problem if we put it in the real estate office.
Okay, well, big subject, and a lot of discussion will take place, so thank you. Yes, ma'am.
Maura McIlvaine, 146 Blue Heron Pond Road, in the preserve. I could go down a number of issues with Mr. Wilson's statement, but if we're going to have another public meeting, I will defer all of that, except to say this. Mr. Wilson stands here and says, intent matters, intent matters, intent matters. Here's the story. What it says matters, and what it doesn't say matters. The text matters. And Mr. Wilson says, well, when they say ARB, they really mean Mr. Taylor. No, they mean the ARB. So his interpretation is contorted, constrained, let's just say that. But I'll hold the rest of my comments, except this. You invited Mr. Wilson to make that presentation, and then you shut down conversation. I think you opened Pandora's box, and I think we're all entitled to hear Mr. Belt's conversation with Mr. Wilson and his answers. The other thing I would say is, I don't want any council member to ever talk about civility to any member of the community again after the food fight that's been going on this panel with Mr. Belt today. The last thing I'll say, in new business, there's another item on the building at Beachwalker and Kiawah Island Parkway. And it talks about authorizing the non-binding letter of intent. And I stand here today to ask the same questions I asked last month. What's your price? What's the value of a tear down? Because if you look at the Kimberly Horn plans, it's to tear that building down on alternative 2 and 3. I can't possibly imagine how you're going to value a tear down and know how to enter a non-binding letter of intent, because you don't know what the price is going to be.
Brad McIlvaine, 146, and it's Brad, not Rob McIlvaine, has appeared in the...
Excuse me, it's probably a typo for the copy and
Okay, Brad McIlvaine, 146 Blue Heron Pond, also in the preserve. I don't find civility humorous, and I don't find it appropriate that certain council members laughed at that. I don't think that's an appropriate response. I will say, given that you've now waived the privilege, I think the entire memo that Mr. Wilson prepared should be provided to the members. Some may not want to read it, some may not care to read it, but whatever is in there is now not subject to privilege and therefore should be released. And this discussion is an important one because, frankly, some of the conclusions he raised, I have serious questions about. Contracts are governed by how they're written, not by what people intended. And all we heard about, and this is a frequent problem on Kiowa, that some of the legal work has frankly not been that great. And so we have to sort of reinterpret things and things like that. Documents should clearly spell out what they say, should do. This one does. And what we heard is, well, even though it says this, it doesn't really mean that. And that's, I'd like to understand more about that. I'd like to understand what Councilman Belt's questions are and concerns are. He may have similar questions and concerns that I do. And it isn't improper to raise questions. And I think that's one of the things that came up, that a comment was made, well, there was questions raised about this, about how this was done or why it was done. And that, the implication was that that was somehow wrong. And frankly, that's the wrong way for a town to operate. It's a wrong way for a public entity to operate. The public entity should want to do it correctly. If there are questions about how it's being done, answer the questions. If it's right, okay. If it's not, fix it. Finally, one other thing, this is a positive thing. We're going to see in the Kimley-Horn, alternative one was the exit strategy. We already see that as a mock-up, given the way that, because of the replacement of the bricks. I and everybody else that I think have seen it works really well.
Indeed.
So can we at least keep something like that going in, you know, in the interim, whether it's through some maybe better looking cones than what we have out there, but some sort of cones or something to direct people, because I think everybody sees, even with the restricted one lane, it works really well. And with 2 lanes, it should work even, I don't know, better. So I would ask that you do that.
And Brad, you will remember what I said in my, I had to be short because there were so many topics that the community members raised in all these meetings. And we had, which I forgot to mention, actually almost 140 people over the last 4 weeks at all of these meetings. So I counted them up. So one of the topics, exactly as you said, will be implemented within the next couple of weeks is that we will have people guiding traffic in the morning hours and the afternoon hours. I think, although I was skeptical, but exactly as you said, I think we have the proof in the pudding that actually works to take away the stop sign for going straight ahead. And the cones was something we had already discussed weeks ago, and then all of a sudden they appeared when the construction started. So I could not imagine a better test case for taking a few of those real concerns on the traffic issues away for us. And I'm confident that in the next 3 to 4 weeks we will see this being implemented.
Thank you.
Okay. The other one I wanted to just make sure, Brad, I clearly said that these questions that Brad has, and especially also the community has, will be asked and will be answered. I'm not sure that you will like the answer or that we have an outcome that we all can agree upon. But my condition clearly was, and I think we all agree on this, that this discussion will take place. We just don't feel it's the right time to do it.
And I think it would, my point is, I think it would be helpful for those who would find it of interest the memo that Mr. Wilson has generated, I think, should be provided to the community.
I thought that was the first decision we took.
I don't disagree with that.
I think that was the first decision we took, yes. Okay, thank you, Brett.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, Council. Todd Bonet, 3532 Shipwatch. I'll try and keep my comments short here. Really pose these as things for the council to consider when doing some of its follow-up analysis. You know, Michael, like you, I'm not an attorney. I spent enough time with attorneys. I don't know anything about real estate law. But the one question I do have, and we don't need to get into a discussion as to whether or not the successors, for example, I as a property owner, am I a successor to KRA? If that is the case, then my question would be, has the town, in a sense, given the partners, or KRA, a veto right on any zoning changes? You know, so if the ARDA survives and continues through my ownership as a successor, then I guess my question would be, hasn't the town given up some of its zoning privileges by requiring then a separate consent by KRA to any changes? I don't know if that makes sense. You don't need to answer, but that's my question.
To make sure I understand the question. So as Joe said, you know, with 2013-14, you know, it became part of our ordinances. And I'm not sure if that's your question. So if the development agreement expires or sunsets,
that's the second question.
We have to deal with 2013-14.
Right, but I guess my first question is, if I as a successor property owner are still subject to the terms of the ARDA, then my observation would be a town should have control over its own zoning and ordinances. So to the extent that I am subject to the ARDA and any changes to the ARDA would require KRA consent, then I would suggest that that's probably an unenforceable agreement. So just consider it. Second thing is, does the ARDA survive? If it's been incorporated by reference, Joe, and I don't know if that's the right term, does it survive the termination of the agreement later this year? And then the last question or observation is with regard to the waiver of the appointment right. You know, again, I'm not an expert in real estate law, but, you know, I have spent a lot of time around contract law. You know, the town bargained with the partners for several things, one of which was a waiver of that appointment right. I don't see how the town can stand by and say, well, that right isn't a covenant because the partners entered into an update to the KICA covenants. That's a separate agreement, independent of the agreement that the partners have with the town. Now, again, we talk about remedy and enforcement of the like, but for the town to say that because the partners entered into a subsequent agreement without reviewing that and seeking the town's consent, I don't see how it is not an agreement that the town should argue is unenforceable. Thank you.
Can I just say the development agreement was adopted pursuant to state law, and it literally is a waiver of the town's ability to change the zoning code covering the property applicable to the development agreement. They negotiate a 10-year stay of our zoning code, and it cannot be changed for 10 years as it applies to KRA.
And I understand that.
Quite simple.
I understand that, Joe, but my question or observation is, have we, in a sense, expanded this now to everything? I mean, I get the concept of a development agreement. I buy, as a developer, buy X hundred acres. I want certainty as to what my development standards are going to be. I get that. But to say that that now applies to property, my property was one of the first developments on, West Beach. So, how can we say now that a development agreement that was put in place back in 2009, when my property was built 30 years ago, how that development agreement applies to me? So that's my question, one of my questions.
Yes, ma'am.
Good afternoon, Pamela Cohen, 380 Green Wing Teal. So, intense discussions today. I'm completely on a different topic, but nevertheless, a very important topic. I'm here today because I just wanted to address the amendments about the beach fireworks and the beach weddings. I am a biologist, but I'm not on a biologist payroll. I do work with the DNR biologists, and I also work intensely with the town of Kiowa's stewardship program for the shorebirds. I am a professional wildlife and nature photographer and photograph the birds. I document many of the species here on the island and have for many years. So I'm just wanting to point out that here on Kiowa, we have many endangered and federally threatened species that I'm sure everybody here is well aware of. However, what you may not know is some of the current studies that are applicable because this area is really becoming important environmentally. And I am working the hardest that I possibly can to keep it that way, and I want everybody's minds to stay open on the board and everything about this. I've had property here for 34 years. I've seen the evolution of this island, and I'm not liking where it's going. I do not want fireworks on this beach. You know, it's obviously detrimental to the species that we have here. Chronic disturbance is detrimental. It's long-term, okay? It affects these, like fireworks, affects migratory species, nesting species, all different species. I've given the studies to Stephanie, and if anybody's interested, those studies are available from many different angles. But, you know, it's very important that we keep up thoughts environmentally on this island, because this is what's important, the environment. That's why people even come here to have a beach wedding. I don't understand why they would want to go down there and put chairs on the beach when they know that there's 4,000 endangered, federally threatened birds down there. They got to have a wedding down there. Or I've been on the beach when they've had fireworks on the beach during a wedding. It's horrible. Okay, it's just absolutely horrible. It's just so controversial. If a bride comes to Kiowa to have a wedding, she's having it here because she loves the environment here. So we can't destroy that. So that's the whole point. So just keep all these thoughts in mind, and even when you're considering e-bikes or the bird leash laws and things like that, please keep that in mind, because this is what's important on Kiowa.
Thank you. Yes, sir.
Roger Warren, president of the Kiowa Island Golf Resort, and I am not an attorney, so I'm happy about that too. I just wanted to speak as a member of the ATAX committee who had met and put together the recommendations for how the ATAX money should be distributed. I was surprised and disappointed that in the meeting yesterday, the Ways and Means Committee decided to overrule the recommendation of the ATAX committee for the $75,000 to go to the four-ball championship. And the committee talked about it, looked at it, knew it was a lot of money, but also came to the conclusion unanimously that it's the kind of event that helps all of us, regardless of what your feeling about golf is or about major tournaments or anything like that, because it continues to raise the perception of quality here on Kiowa for everybody. When you have major events like PGA Championship or USGA events that aren't major, but they're part of the USGA, it goes a lot toward continuing to raise the esteem of this island in the view of people who want to come here. So I would encourage you, since the Ways and Means Committee vote is a recommendation to the council for their full vote, I would ask you to reconsider. And even if, I think it's the first time in the 17 years that I've been on the ATAX committee that the Ways and Means Committee and the council had voted down a recommendation, a complete recommendation from the ATAX committee. I ask you to think about that, and if you want to adjust it, you want to change the number, I think the event deserves the support of the community if we can find a way to give it, and I'd ask you to reconsider that. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Dave DiStefano, 31 Burroughs Hall. A couple of comments. I agree with Roger on that. I think it's very worthwhile to do it. I would encourage that. One of the things that, because of these discussions we've had about the amount of time, I can't imagine anyone thought that item 5, particularly D, was going to be 15 or 20 minutes. And I would have, when I saw that on there, I said, we're going to be here for a while. I anticipated that. So I think we have to get another special meeting as soon as possible, just like this, to complete those discussions. With respect to Kimberly Horn and the intersection, Brad stole my thunder a little bit. We at KICA have discussed that. I've talked with the security people at KICA. It's working like a charm. It's going to get better when both lanes are open. So I think we should come up with a semi-permanent solution with the cones, different type of cones, et cetera. And I think we're going to find out that particularly the outbound traffic and turning left to get onto Beach Walker is going to be much easier. And I think we can, for now, stop spending money on any further design over there, because I think their design number 1 is going to be the end game. Particularly seeing we have to wait a long time as to whether or not going to buy that building or anything along those. So I think let's make a temporary permanent fix to that, see how it goes long term. I think it's going to be very successful.
Yes, sir.
Good afternoon, Alex Fernandez, 418 Snow Egret. I'm sorry that I'm going to have to disagree with 2 reputable members of our community with reference to the decision made yesterday by the Ways and Means Committee, which I support. The way I look at this tournament in particular, this was, my understanding is the tax is supposed to be generating tourism, future tourism to Kiowa. This is an item that went to the committee in April. So the golf event was a done event. That, to me is just to help finance something, a decision that had already been made, whatever the results were going to be. Secondly, the event is being held in 2 private golf courses. So whatever tourist comes to see those events and visits those golf courses, he will not be able to play on those golf courses in the future. He would have to be a member or invited by a member to play on those golf courses. And thirdly, I think very importantly, one of those golf courses is not even in the town of Kiowa. Cacique is not in the town of Kiowa. So we're helping promote activity in a golf course that is not related to Kiowa Island. And then when I look at the number, I clearly remember the PGA event, the amount of people that it motivated, it generated. By the way, paid people, because they had to buy a ticket to enter the PGA. My understanding, this is a free event for people to enter. That wonderful event only required $360,000. Millions of people around the world saw the PGA for $360,000 and generated the name of Kiowa. For $75,000, I don't think there's any relationship at all of what tourism or activities would do to Kiowa for reference to this event. So I would urge you to maintain the decision of the Ways and Means Committee yesterday to deny this grant.
Any other comments? As we close up this session, we did start an hour earlier, anticipating there'd be a long discussion. Just one word to keep in mind. That's one word that wasn't said, but there's a desire on people's part for transparency, huge desire. And anybody that's been in these positions in the past 30 years probably felt as though that they were transparent to a greater or lesser extent. Everybody exercises their own judgment. So we're exercising our judgment relative to being transparent. Well, guess what comes with transparency? Disagreement. So if I think anybody, offended anybody in any way, shape, or form by comments that were made, I think I'm thoroughly sorry, and I think the others would be sorely sorry. It was just to be transparent. We're discussing this. This is a real difficult issue. Joe wasn't invited here. Joe belongs here. Joe is our town council. We pay him. He provided input from Ross, but this is what Joe does. And we have a lot of opinions relative to opinions relative to his opinion and his interpretation, and they're not always going to be in agreement. So you kind of get what you pay for. You know, we're going to be transparent. We're going to talk about these things. We're going to be open about these things. And if we are, we're not always going to agree about these things. But, you know, hold on to your hat. I mean, there's going to be more things coming up relative to this. We're in a very, very contentious and emotional time. So I'm not apologizing at all for being transparent. That's what we're going to do. We're going to explain these things. And sometimes we just have to figure out the best form, the best approach to take. We have a long agenda. Enough said. Proclamation. Steph, is there anybody here? Or... Well, if you're not, this is a proclamation to celebrate Kiowa Shorebird.
Oh, I'm sorry, Conservancy Reed is here. No, you're not going to say anything.
Lee, on behalf of the town, we wish to encourage residents and guests to appreciate Kiowa shorebirds and recognize that they need our island to nest, to rest, and feed. You could throw the mayor in on that too. He wants to nest, rest, and feed. So our best to you in the Shorebird Week. Okay. Now, a maritime forest analysis, et cetera, rain garden. So Lee, do you want to, you going through all these slides, Lee? Thank you. There's a policy.
I think Stephanie even told me 10 to 15 minutes, so I'm trying to keep it around there. Yeah, oh, cool.
Oh. No, he did it, the guy in the back of the room.
Thank you for the introduction, Mayor. To everybody who doesn't know me, and while we're waiting for the slide to come up, I'm Lee Bundrick. I'm the Senior Ecological Health and Conservation Coordinator for the Kiowa Conservancy. Have been there since 2019. Part of my work is to work with the town on specific projects, so work with the Environmental Committee and some objectives of the town. And one of the major questions that we had in the past few years is, you know, what is the composition of the maritime forest and how is it doing? And a lot of it is reflecting on our 2030 strategic plan for the Conservancy and getting a better understanding of our environmental conditions on the island and within our watershed. So part of the project, so this was approved by the town last year. And this is partly a geospatial project to look into developing maps to help us understand Kiowa Island better. Mostly looking at the change in productivity and health of our maritime forests, also understanding our forest composition and how it varies across the island, and then investigating potential influences by saltwater in different areas, so how inundation and intrusion of our groundwater table is going to affect the ecology on the island. And then with this project, we would also eventually develop tools and protocols that we would use for future analysis once we get new information, whether it be from a public source or we have a cost-sharing program like we did last year with the town in Kika. And then all of the products that would be produced under this project would be eventually incorporated within our ecological health report that will be sent annually out through the island, which we just finished our report this past year, which will include some of the slides that you'll see here. So first, we did a study on vegetative productivity. And just quickly, we used a method called Normalized Difference Vegetation Index using satellite imagery to understand this, and this is sort of the gold standard vegetative index that's used in geospatial monitoring. And we broke it down into bite-sized chunks based on watersheds, and we ran a linear regression, which is essentially YMX plus B, looking at the slope and understanding the change in vegetation over time. And to kind of give a glimpse into our geographical approach, so the Conservancy is looking at all areas within the Kiowa River watershed, which influence the water quality and the components within the Kiowa River. So it includes 3 different sub-watersheds from the USGS, which includes Southern Johns Island and Seabrook, as well as Kiowa. And this is just just kind of a graphic that shows you how small those watersheds are. So these are 2.5-acre watersheds that we use to run our assessments in the Conservancy and then to identify specific areas. And when we run it through 26 cloudless imagery from satellites collected over a 3-year period, we come up with this map that showcases different changes in vegetation within those small watershed units. And essentially, it's, when you have a decrease in vegetative health, you have areas that are shown in red or orange, and areas that are increasing in vegetative health, whether it be from growth of new maritime forest or agricultural areas, you'll see it in green. And this will kind of give us an understanding of potential areas where we might potentially see impacts, to understand how management of land is impacting areas and how land use change is affecting the vegetation in the area. So this is just a 3-year period, and we're planning to kind of cover additional years as we continue going on, as well as going retroactively back in time to capture new imagery to have a better understanding of this. Next, we also looked into forest composition. So this is using LiDAR data that was purchased through a cost share between the town, KICA, and the Conservancy. And essentially, it's a 3D point cloud of the entire island, so a 3D map of the island that shows us everything from the ground all the way up to the tops of the trees. And you can classify this based on whether there's buildings there, ground, or vegetation. And that's what we did through this project. And this is sort of a representation of what that looks like. So this is Rabbit North at the front entrance of the island, and it shows just the elevation at the bottom and the different vegetation above it. And I won't go too far into it, but you can do a lot with this, and you can even use this as an opportunity to go visit properties, for example, without actually leaving the office. And you can also pick out different types of habitats that are in there. So LiDAR is usually used to develop surface maps for elevation on the island. This can be used for a lot of things, such as understanding drainage runoff from properties, looking at the local geology, and understanding marsh landscapes. But you can also do things like tell the height of every tree on the island using the LiDAR data. So we developed a data set that has this, and it's usually called a canopy height model. There's, I think the tallest tree on the island is about 108 foot. So. And then you can use that LiDAR data to look at the density of the points within the LiDAR data, so you can understand the canopy density, as well as the understory density and how dense it is underneath that canopy, as well as the density of shrubs that are from 1 to 6 foot. So this disregards any ground points that are used in this analysis. So this gives us a better understanding of the different types of density of forest compositions and helps us understand potentially how these areas might benefit wildlife, or potential areas where we need to make restoration enhancement improvements, whether it be in landscapes or in common areas or Conservancy properties. The next thing we wanted to do is look into saltwater influence, so how does saltwater intrusion and inundation impact the island, not just from the surface and the vegetation that you can see, but what's happening underneath the surface and how it's impacting groundwater. And this is directly related to some of the work that we're doing on the groundwater table study that was also funded by the town. I won't go too far into it. In the agenda packet, you'll see that there's kind of a better description of it. This is made brief because of constraints on time, but this event just shows you the different parameters we're considering for this and how it kind of plays into potential vulnerability due to saltwater on the island and having a better understanding of it.
Lee, is the relationship then that as fresh water goes in, the vegetation dies? Is that what the red is on
So are you talking about for the brackish water input?
Well, I'm not sure what I'm talking about. You know, the two slides, it says freshwater input, but then the next one says vegetation, and I presume the red means it's dying.
Yeah, so vegetation for that one, anything that's in green is shown as lush vegetation like maritime forest, but areas in red are shown as just bare soil. So that was the basis for that one.
Oh,
And-
it's not that it's dying, it's just that it isn't.
Yeah,
there.
it's,
Oh.
yeah. And it's based on a different, it's like an indexing system, so it takes those values and attaches an inner 1 to 5 number to it. And then you can run it through an analysis that will help you kind of identify that better. A lot of it's based on whether or not you can flush salts from soil and such. Like for this one, for saltwater inundation, it just tells us areas that might be more vulnerable after, you know, say we have a 9-foot storm surge. This might help us ID areas of concern for that. Saltwater intrusion is just, you know, very simplistic, but groundwater is very difficult to study. It gives us an understanding of potential areas where we might potentially see impacts to groundwater. And then as kind of a last one, kind of combining them, looking at that combined saltwater influence and potential areas that may be impacted by both saltwater inundation and intrusion, whether it be from the increase in high tide levels over time or, you know, a moderate storm surge. So, and this is sort of the map as it kind of pertains across the island. So areas that you would have more freshwater recharge from rain, usually in the middle of the island will have more freshwater, less vulnerability to saltwater intrusion, but areas kind of closer to the marsh and sort of squeezed on both sides will also have more issues with saltwater intrusion and inundation. So this is just kind of our first step in this, and we're working to sort of vet these maps to make sure that they fit within a realm of scientific possibility, because we know that we worked on these based on other studies, but we want to double check to make sure that that they're helpful to understanding how we should approach these types of issues. So we're working with state and federal government agencies to look into these maps and get some feedback. And we're also going to compare this over time to the inundation maps, looking at the increase or the intensity and frequency of tidal events to understand how they're going to impact upland areas, specifically vegetative areas such as Little Bear Island, where we hold a conservation easement, and understanding the changes to that, and noting potential times when we might see more impacts to our conserved properties. And also looking into how this can be tailed into groundwater table. And this is a report generally of our the groundwater table conditions from last year. So the first year of our assessments, we had a 2-inch deficit, and then because of a moderate drought in the past year, we had a 6-inch annual deficit. So lower groundwater tables, which means that the plants here have less fresh water and they're more vulnerable. So just kind of an example of how we're going to use the data in terms with other data we have.
Could you go back to the previous slide?
Yes.
So for the past 4 years, the king tides have been, on average, substantially higher than the previous 4 years.
Correct.
So, you know, our hats off to the folks at the association for the drainage and stuff like that that they put into all of those roads. And goodness knows, from 23 to 27, if there are another incremental increase, that's
Yeah. Yeah, and I think trying to prepare for additional events is definitely needed, and that's something that the city of Folly Beach and the city of Charleston are looking into, and we've been in conversations with them about that.
really see it.
And as a final thing, so a lot of this is a lot of back-end work, so trying to put in tools that would make this easily developed over time. So we're working internally at the Conservancy to have rapid assessment tools developed for once we get new data. So trying to write, you know, scripting codes and toolboxes that'd be available not only to us, but potentially other people who are interested in putting it into their own communities. So we're working on that as sort of a secondary to this project. So that's coming soon. And that's all I had on that one. So unless you want me to go straight into the rain garden discussions, I'm happy to answer questions.
No, that's fine.
Go ahead. Okay.
I have one question.
Yes.
Following up on the mayor's comments. So in the last 4 years, we have seen more king tides on the island, which just obviously I would, confirm. What is the explanation?
The consensus is that it's due to sea level rise. So NOAA on their website even has that we've had 5 inches of sea level rise in the past 30 years or 40 years, somewhere around there. And in the past 100 years, we've had about 1.13 foot of sea level rise. All right. So getting into rain gardens, so this is something that we've been talking about at the Conservancy pretty frequently over the past year. Last year we also got funding from the town of Kiawah Island to install a few demonstration rain gardens to help demonstrate to residents, property owners, and contractors what their aesthetic look and their function, and talking more about them with them. So using these as opportunities to discuss potential stormwater mitigation practices. And this comes right after we just published our nature-based solutions manual for Kiawah Island. So it has 13 different practices that we identified on the island that would be acceptable to put out based on the aesthetics and the function, and mostly looking at potential options for marsh protection and stormwater mitigation. And this product was also funded through a project that we had through the National Fish and Wildlife Foundation. We're sort of getting more of these ideas spread out, and a lot of this is going to come towards marsh restoration practices we might see in the future. But in particular, we wanted to focus on rain gardens because they are a fairly simple concept. And essentially, it's just a depression in the ground that collects excess stormwater runoff from impervious surfaces and allows it to sink into the ground. And the idea is that you limit the amount of runoff going into the stormwater ponds, you recharge the groundwater, and that there's no standing water in those rain gardens in a 24-hour period. So once it goes in the garden, it's gone in 24 hours. So it's a fairly functional component of the landscape, but it does provide some aesthetic appeal as well. And through our work, so we had entered a contract with Weston & Sampson Engineering with Lucas Hernandez as our point of contact. And then we've also used the services of Kim Morganello at Clemson Extension to help with the project and identify potential options for a workshop. And after much discussion, we looked at different sites that we would like to see a rain garden, and a lot of it was based on whether or not we'd be able to talk to people about rain gardens in a specific area, use them as demonstrations, and that they would provide some sort of function in the landscape. So there would be some type of function that be tied to these rain gardens. So they're not just only for demonstration purposes, but they actually serve a function. One of these areas is actually right behind us, probably about 50 yards away from town, the council chambers. So it's at Town Hall next to the open field, next to the visitors parking lot. And generally, we focused on trying to capture the rainwater that would come from the walkway in that area that would drain into there and essentially treat that water. This would be about 300 square foot and incorporate all native plants. So this is the conceptual design that was developed by Yonder Design. For this project, it incorporates a palette of different plants with different colors and seasonal interest. Additionally, we looked at Rhett's Bluff Boat Landing. It's essentially an area right next to the gate, and it runs into a swale that goes to a drainage inlet that goes directly to the marsh. So it'd be directly capturing water from an impervious drainage area just to the left of it, treating that water and limiting the excess water that would go straight into the marsh. So this is just the conceptual plan for now. They're working on the engineered drawings, and the designs that we are sharing here not only will be presented here at Town Hall, but will be available to the public as templates for potential rain garden designs for their own landscapes. So, just kind of wrapping up this project, we finished the site selection and design process. So Those projects have been developed. We're working to finalize the designs and submit them for permitting. And the next steps are installations for these projects. And then once those are installed, which shouldn't take more than a day, we would hold workshops that would be available to the public as well as contractors and any Kiowa employees who are interested in learning about rain gardens, which is tentatively being hosted by Clemson Extension. And they are going to sort of be our people to talk about it. And as a note of funding for this project, we do recognize that the Rhett's Bluff project is behind the gate, and that we've had discussions about this in particular. So the one at Town Hall, we understand, will be fully funded from the design all the way to installation. But we do recognize that the Rhett's Bluff project is behind the gate, so the designs are going to be public, but the Conservancy would pay for the cost of the materials and installation to avoid any issues with making it public. So, but that's all I had for these projects, and willing to answer any questions or provide any other information.
Okay. Thank you, Lee, very, very much.
Thank you.
You guys do a great job. Okay, old and new business. We have 2 items of old business. Ordinance 2023-03. And this is the second and final reading. Could I have a motion to approve, please?
Second.
Any discussion on this ordinance?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay. The next item is ordinance 2023-04 on our elections. This is the second and final reading. Could I have a motion to approve, please?
So moved.
Second. Any discussion?
I will simply, Mr. Mayor, simply reiterate my view that it would be more appropriate to reduce our sentences, our terms. Sentences may be a Freudian slip, rather than extend them and allow the voting public to make that decision. But so I therefore will abstain on the vote. I don't object to it. I would simply abstain on the vote.
Okay. Any other comments? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay.
Abstain.
And Brad abstains, okay. New business, and our friends from the Visitors Bureau have been patiently here. Are you making a presentation or just here to answer questions, or
However you like to do. We have some new members here. They can do a very quick presentation, or you guys can ask some questions directly, however you prefer, Mayor.
Could you take a few minutes, please? It's good to see you. I'm glad you're here, and hopefully we were entertaining.
I won't be very knowledgeable on that one.
Well, I just thought yours was here already. I've already clicked it twice.
There we go.
Oh, I know why, because yours was a PDF. Go.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Mayor and Council, for this opportunity, and to the staff. Joining me this afternoon, I want to introduce our Chief of Staff, Laurie Lynn Smith, and our member of our group sales team, who is also serving as our Destination Services Manager, Trip Hayes. And I'm Chris Campbell, also a member of the Explore Charleston leadership team. We've enjoyed a long and very successful relationship with the town, and we certainly appreciate the opportunity to share a little bit about us and our work. Our primary objective, as Stephanie set up, is to talk about or answer any questions about the fiscal 24 budget, but we would like to take just a couple moments to step back and give you a high-level overview. We understand, number one, that this is the new year for our Tourism Expenditure Review Committee's new guidelines. So we think having a little bit of a background from us might be helpful. And then secondly, because there are some new council members, also a little overview is warranted. As noted in your packets today, part of the new TURC process does include a review by the ATAX committee, and that was afforded to us an opportunity to present to them in a little greater detail at their last meeting. So some very quick, fast facts about who we are. We're a 501c6 organization that represents 10 local governments across the region. We serve almost 850 members, including 27 Town of Kiawah Island businesses. We are overseen by a board of governors, and representing the Town of Kiawah is the Honorable Brad Belt. And as a 501c6, we do perform, are required to submit a 990, a UBIT 990T, and of course we have our annual external audit. Our purpose fundamentally is to lead and hopefully unify the local travel industry and marketing this community and this region as an overnight visitation destination. And within that, we strive to create the highest yield visit. And that's a very important component. Woven into our work is also a very deep sense of responsibility to protect what makes this place very special. And the Conservancy presentation was very timely in terms of that, because we recognize that our efforts are as equally important in promotion as they are in management in today's world. And so if we don't focus effectively on things like sustainability and livability and preservation and workforce development, we won't be able to protect this iconic place we call home, or this destination which drives an important component of our economy. So when you hear us in the future, you will hear less of the DMO, the Destination Marketing Organization, and more of the DMMO, the Destination Marketing and Management Organization. There are multiple taxes. At a high-level view, there are multiple taxes collected from visitors who spend the night here on the island, whether that be in a vacation rental or in a hotel. And those are collected at the state, the county, and the local level. And certainly Kiawah benefits in some way from all of these. Undoubtedly, we feel a responsibility to help drive business and create a return on all of these and generate these taxes. Today, for our purposes, our goal is to speak to the 30% that you designate to us as your Destination Marketing and Management Organization for the FY24 budget, related there to that 2% state ATAX. I want to touch quickly on how we're funded, and we really liken this to being a three-legged stool. This diversified funding model, we think, provides a lot of benefits. And it is really one of the things that differentiates us as a destination marketing and management organization. So here you see 31% of our funding comes from the state of South Carolina in the form of destination promotion. Another 32% comes from business investments, and then the remaining 37% comes from the accommodations taxes. And so then looking more closely at the accommodations taxes portion, you'll see how the Town of Kiawah's tax fits into the bigger picture of our budget. All of the work that we do to help build and sustain the tourism economy and in destination promotion is through a strategy of assessing opportunities both from through a regional lens as well as from a local mindset. Our promotional efforts generate revenue for the economy on a couple of levels, and that ROI for the community is driven through marketing, media, and group sales that are centered around the 6 pillars you see here. Research continues to reinforce that these are the attributes that resonate most with visitors year after year. Certain things simply do not change in the data, such as history and culinary topping out the list. So the FY24 budget in your packet is broken into several TURC categories, TURC assigned categories, I should say, and those are the advertising, media, group sales, and visitor services components. We won't go into detail on each of those as we had the opportunity to do with the ATAX committee, but I would be remiss not to mention one in particular. She's just over there. So our visitor center, which is in this building, and our wonderful colleague, Miss Nay Middleton. So not only is Nay a gift, we believe strongly, to Explore Charleston and the team here at Town Hall, but we believe to the residents and to our visitors on the island as well. And finally, I'd like to touch on the importance of our commitment and investment in research and how we can use business intelligence tools to better understand the success of our strategies on behalf of the island and the region at large. And there are a lot of different tools that we use to measure the effectiveness of those efforts. But one in particular that I want to speak to is a relatively newer tool, and it's a data platform called Key Data, and it provides insights into Kiowa's vacation rental performance. And this is some of the information that Council sees on a regular basis in our quarterly updates. So I'd like to end with this quick snapshot of the town's performance when it comes to vacation rentals. Two of the primary KPIs or key performance indicators that we track are the paid and owner occupancy and the average daily rate, as these both provide a broad picture of overall demand and market performance. And as you can see, while year over year there was a decline from 21, I think it's very important from a contextual standpoint and from an occupancy standpoint there that 22 still remained well ahead of pre-pandemic levels. And so what we saw in 21 was probably that high point, the pinnacle of demand from a vacation rental perspective, especially in our beach communities. And so we, in talking with any of our beach partners, and many of them look this way, are quick to point out that we need to also compare this not just to year over year, but to previous to the pandemic as well. So again, sharing a little bit about this was a goal in setting up the conversation for the TURC budget and being available for any questions. I'll just end by saying our goal is to continue to help our region and our various communities maintain a reputation as one of the leading destinations, and not only in the United States, but in the world, now that international travel is reopened more fully, and thereby also helping support a major economic driver for the community. And with that, we'll be happy to take any questions.
Council, Michael?
Thank you.
John? Brad?
I actually have one. I remember from your quarterly reports that both as it relates to hotel occupancy as well as rental occupancy, that the levels that you're showing there are far above other destinations.
Yes, sir.
And of course then also US average, correct?
Yes, you're exactly right.
Just talking about occupancy.
Yes, actually occupancy and average daily rate tend to be trending ahead of state, regional, and national averages, yes. And we're able to, in that particular context, as you talk about the quarterly report, that's where we're able to dive a little bit deeper from a comparative level to our hotel data. The world is still refining how you benchmark from the short-term rental side, just because that's a newer, of course, sector.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
Just wanted to follow up. As Chris noted, I am the liaison to the Convention and Visitors Bureau, and have gotten to know Chris and the leadership team there. Just want to note that they've been extraordinarily responsive and with regard to questions or providing information, and I've had the opportunity to participate in CVB board meetings and in other meetings. I just want to, before my involvement with the CVB, was a bit confused about kind of why we give money. to the CVB. So just for many other residents may not be aware of this, maybe some are, but just want to make clear that the state aid tax monies we collect has to be spent within a period of time, and it has to go into one of 4 different categories under state law. And one of those is, and 30% of what's collected goes into a special fund that has to be directed to a third-party organization if one exists, such as a Chamber of Commerce or Convention Visitors Bureau. So that's why we send the money we do to the Charleston Visitors Bureau. One of the conversations I've had with Chris and the team is whether there might be an opportunity to have a kind of better information exchange between the CVB and the town of Kiowa Island, particularly to the benefit of Kiowa Island residents, because in some respects, Kiowa Island residents are tourists into the Charleston area when they go to spend their discretionary dollars there. And there are a lot of events and programs that the Visitors Bureau promotes and is involved with that always don't get communicated as effectively as they might to Kiowa Island residents, so we could take advantage of them. So that's a conversation I hope we can continue, but I just want to make clear, because again, I was confused about why we're spending such large sums of money with the CVB, but that is actually an obligation under state law.
Thanks, Brad. Thank you, Chris.
Thank you.
Wonderful, wonderful job. Wonderful organization. So best of luck.
Thank you. We appreciate the partnership.
Okay.
To motion and approve?
Excuse me. Could I have a motion to approve the 2024 budget for the CVB?
So moved.
Any discussion?
Second.
Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay. Yesterday, at the Ways and Means Committee, we had a robust discussion relative to charitable grants funding, both the applicants, both the amount, the categorization. Again, to provide a little bit of context, this has been a robust discussion on this subject for as long as we've probably been doing it, and the result of which is a number of things. In some cases, it's increased. In a couple of cases, it's increased to its current level of $200,000. In the past, the breadth of the applicants themselves was broader. We had arts-related events, cultural-related events, etc. And it would have been last year, we took the position, the council took the position, we kept it at $200,000, but we really began to house the applications into requests dealing with hunger. In terms of some of the need for the broader communities, Johns Island, Wadmalaw, etc. These different organizations that provide food banks, etc. Housing, Habitat, there's a couple of different Habitat groups, there's a couple of different groups in here, and then health. Barrier Island Clinic, Our Lady of Mercy, etc. So we try to put a broader, or an umbrella underneath the umbrellas, if you will, in terms of these three categories. Some of them are relatively straightforward. Some of them got a little bit, which camp that which group they really fell within. But anyway, we had a discussion, and we really kind of left it that we would continue the discussion here today. So John, I'll turn it to you just to kind of pick it up from the Ways and Means Committee where we left off.
So we asked Petra at the end of the meeting to categorize all of the applicants into these 3 general areas that we focused on: the hunger, health, and housing. So I think it might be easiest to, because what we want to ultimately do here today is decide how much money goes to each of these groups. Look at the hunger group. The grant request amount that we got from 8 different groups was about $83,000, slightly more than that. And we granted $70,000. There's one group in particular that asked for $18,000. We granted $8,000, and the recommendations come from the staff. And in these hunger groups, most of what they're doing are some variation of a food bank or a periodic support of community by donating food to groups and a group of clients that they have and so forth. The discussion yesterday, I think everybody was pretty pleased with the amounts because they're, other than that one, they're effectively fully funded. But one of the groups, well, let me back up. One of our operating bylaws is that because we're a municipality, we cannot support groups that evangelize a particular religion. And so if their program maybe gives you groceries, but also in the context of evangelizing their Christian beliefs, that's against the rules. Even though personally we might not have a problem with it, from a municipality standpoint, it's a conflict between the church and state sort of stuff. There's one group in that hunger group that has in their mission statement that they'll share in Thanksgiving, provide nourishment through food, spiritual connection, and Christian fellowship for people in need on Johns and Waddenlaw Island. The discussion yesterday for that particular group was, do we fund them or not? And is this mission statement something that puts in conflict this separation of church and state requirement in terms of our giving guidelines? So I think if we take each of these groups by category and maybe resolve those, then we can move forward. So I guess feelings about that one. And then maybe we can move to the health group. Any comments, or do we leave the things? I guess, Joe, if I don't want you to give advice on the fly here, but if that statement I read is that if we donated them money, would we be supporting an evangelistic point of view?
Yeah, I'd have to spend some time looking at that.
I knew you would.
I mean, donations by a town are acceptable as long as there's a public purpose behind them. Council has a great deal of latitude in deciding what functions as a public purpose. So, I mean, that's what I've looked at, and that's, let me finish, and that's what I've provided an opinion on. But now, when you get into constitutional issues, such as are you supporting, are you running into problems of separation between church and state, that is a very distinct and separate question.
And if I might touch upon that, John, and follow up on what Joe said, the Supreme Court has ruled and have actually narrowed the constitutional separation of church and state. This isn't directly applicable, but federal agencies have implemented policies to be consistent with what the Supreme Court has said around that. And let me read from what the federal agencies, which is published in the Federal Register. It says you cannot use any part of public monies to fund religious worship, instruction, or proselytizing. Instead, organizations may use government money only to support the non-religious social services that they provide. Therefore, faith-based organizations that receive direct governmental funds should take steps to separate in time or location their inherently religious activities from the government-funded services that they offer. So based upon that, we certainly can provide, consistent with constitutional prohibitions, money to faith-based organizations, as long as there is that separation. It's a separate question that Michael had raised yesterday as to whether, as a matter of policy, we might want to be more restrictive. That's a choice we could make. But I think what we did talk about yesterday is if we go down that path to provide monies to faith-based organizations, there needs to be some clear, accounting separation, and they can't be sticking in, whatever pamphlet or something in with a food basket at the same time.
Yeah, so Brad,
part of the process.
If you look at what you've read, then, this is the only organization that we proposed any funding for where this is an issue. This is this is the only one, and we've given the money in the past. So I guess the question would be, do we give them do we fund their request to the extent that we've suggested, which is $5,000 against the request of $7,000? Do we fund that? And we do that with the provision that they have to separate, like to use your phrase, they don't stick any pamphlets in the bag. I guess what is your feeling on funding this organization?
I don't have a particularly strong view, and I don't really have, on-the-ground information about their policies and practices. I think if we just have guidelines that say what our policies are, then I'm not sure that we want to get into kind of micromanaging that.
Yeah, so our policy says that we may not use a grant for religious instruction, proselytizing, or preaching. And I guess the question is, if we give these folks $5,000, as was suggested by the staff, I'm not sure that they, in their mission statement, they're not suggesting that they do any of those 3 prohibited activities. So I guess I would be inclined to say, leave the funding where it was recommended by the staff.
I would agree with that. We don't have to get into their world. I mean, God love them for what they're doing. I don't. If they put a pamphlet in the basket, this is the one that feeds hundreds of people.
Thanksgiving.
This is the Thanksgiving dinner piece.
Yeah, I don't have a problem. So we're not risking a great deal.
Well, and we could make sure that they understand that you can't do that. So, all right. So then let's move to the health group. In the health group, we recommended out of the 7 groups that were in this health group, and there are a couple others that might be in health, but I'll separate them out, that we fully funded all but one, and the one that we chose not to fully fund falls into the category of funding the funder. So we've always made it a practice that when we fund an organization, then the next place that money goes is directly to their client, as opposed to in a pot of money that then they can subsequently decide where to send it. So we don't fund the funder groups, and this one that we chose not to fund is one of those kind of the money we send would commingle with other people's, and they would decide who gets what. So in this case, the recommendations from the committee the staff committee that evaluated these was basically to fully fund, was in fact, to fully fund all but that one fund the funder group. So there really, unless somebody has a problem with one of those groups, I think we're good there. Brad, you good there?
I'm fine, sir.
Thank you.
The only thing is that we have to maybe be a little bit more precise in our grant guidelines for next year.
There's no
as
doubt.
it relates to health, because that is a little bit of a stretch for number 3.
Yeah, so let me touch on that, Michael, because there are two groups that made an argument yesterday that they should be included in the health group that we chose not to fund. One of them we chose not to fund. The other one we chose to fund at about a 25% rate, and I'll touch on that one first. It's the Progressive Club of Johns Island. Now, those of you that aren't, I don't know if everybody's familiar with the Progressive Club, but it's a rather significant component of the history of Johns Island in the Civil Rights Movement. And they used to have a building over off of River Road, and they still own that property. And they're trying to somewhat redevelop it and build a pavilion and a nature trail and so forth. And that would be open to the public. And their position was that it was for first off, it was to address the history of their group, but it was also to provide some health and relaxation, a place for people to walk amongst nature. And so the committee recommended that we give them $10,000. The discussion yesterday was whether or not that fell under the category of health. So I guess I'm interested in people's point of view on the council as to whether we believe that should be considered as a legitimate recipient of money in our kind of hunger, health, housing configuration, or is it beyond the limits?
I thought it was the 10,000 was fine. I thought the staff did a good job. I would hate to see us not fund that group.
Okay. And so what their mission statement says is it's to foster a continuing legacy of intergenerational education, empowerment, and community service in the Low Country and beyond. And it's to work tirelessly to revitalize the organization and establish it as a center of history and hope on Johns Island. So, it is to provide, facilities for the community, and the staff recommended $10,000.
But at the end of the day, John, we made rules. Prior council at some point made rules, and I think it's a very good cause, but it just doesn't fit. So either we violate the rules, which is okay, but we have to do it with conscience, or we stick to the rules of hunger, health, and housing.
So, having said that, if we say that we do not want to fund that $10,000, then if we move to the housing, the things that are clearly housing, which there's 4 of them, CHIP Ministry, Operation Home, Sea Island Habitat for Humanity, and the Paraclete Foundation, the shortfall in the funding for those 4 groups is about $10,000. So if we say that we're not going to help the Progressive Club to the tune of $10,000, and we redirect those funds to the 4 areas that are clearly housing, then we basically will fully fund the hunger group, we'll fully fund the health group, and we'll fully fund the housing group. I guess, if the consensus is that that's what we want to do, then I guess we could have a motion to that effect and move on.
I like that idea.
Do we want to have a motion to that effect?
I would move that.
You would move.
Your
I'll second
proposal.
that.
And Brad will second that. Any further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay, Petra, I'll give you the numbers when we're done. Okay, thank you.
I think we.
Do we need to have, was that an amendment that was voted on, Petra?
No, it was really just to redirect the funds here to
Okay.
there.
Petra's okay with it. Okay.
I think two things. I can't remember their names. They sat over here. One of our residents.
Oh, Sue Ellen. Marianne.
No. One of our residents spoke up about the keeper of the wildlife rescue and sanctuary. Mrs. St. John was here, and gave a very, articulate, passionate argument about that's fine, health, hunger, housing, but why not wildlife? It makes a very cogent argument. Why not wildlife? So possibly 2 things. As we did in the past, as council did in the past, we reevaluated the policies and procedures and everything. I would suggest that we do that again. And, bless you. I think Michael volunteered, if I read his memo, to help out in terms of looking at policies and procedures and guidelines. I think that would be very appropriate to do at this time. We have new members, new perspectives, and certainly a heck of a lot of demand. So I would suggest.
Mike and I will do that.
Perfect, perfect. And I think we should go back and look at the funding. You know, it was 150 for a long time. It's now 200. It is interesting that the buckets seem to fall 80, 80, and 50. So it's not totally equal, but it's getting closer. So we look at the funding. So maybe in the case of we can't help out this year because of those reasons. Maybe we can tell her then to look at the future. One of the things that we always have to keep in mind. This bucket of money, this $200,000, and because we talked to the arts and cultural people last time around when we didn't fund those programs. Out of the town's budget comes, gosh, $350,000-$60,000 to the as a line item for our arts and cultural events. So it's a great deal of money that is identified to that group. It doesn't seem to get commingled with this particular one, A, and B. We give a lot of money. We support a lot in terms of environmental. We employ people, the programs that we have, the research that we do, facilities that provide, all of those types of things. So even though it doesn't get highlighted under this is a specific highlight and the other ones do, and I think we should, again, emphasize to her. Maybe there's something she could work out with Jim. I don't know, with that little, whatever animal she had. Possum. Okay. Equally a good okay, all set, John? You're up again. Equally a good discussion on the fiscal 2023-24 accommodation tax funding amounts. And there were two components. One was the 23-24 allocation, and one was a residual 22-23 allocation. So you may want to highlight both of those, if you could, please.
So, is this me again?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so we'll take them separately. One is the additional 22-23, which is the $75,000 to the U.S. Amateur Floorball Championship. To reiterate what Roger said, in the SATAX meeting, the committee meeting we had, it was, I'd have to say, a consensus of opinion that get funded, even though knowingly it was going to be sort of a reimbursement sort of thing because they've already spent the money. And one of the things that Roger did not say when he stood up earlier today was that one of the goals of this SATAX, all these SATAX promotion, is to put more people in beds. Is that how I say it? Put more people in beds. Heads in beds. Sorry. I don't work for the resort. I don't have the phrasing down. But that's the premise. And so this $75,000, even though it is for a tournament that's at Cacique at the private club, none of the guests are going to be necessarily members of the private club. They're going to be eating in the resort restaurants. They're going to be staying in the resort properties. They're going to be staying in the Airbnb properties. They're going to be eating in the local restaurants and so forth. And so the idea about the SATAX committee was that it was a good use of the additional funds available from the 22-23 SATAX. So I guess the question is, do we really want to go against what the SATAX committee recommended? I mean, the money's available. We do have to spend it and fund this to $75,000, or do we not do it? Because I think my opinion is that our reasons for not doing it yesterday are not necessarily valid reasons, because it's not to promote the private club. So any comments or questions or concerns there?
I would say what I said yesterday. I think we should support it, or I voted against not supporting Yeah, I think we should support it for all those reasons. We've supported many things in the past. We've supported arts on Kiowa, cars on Kiowa. I think for all of the reasons that have been articulated, the fact that it's a little bit late in the process, to me, is not. I'm not sure that that's relevant. It's here. We have the money. It's consistent with what we've done in the past. I think it should be supported.
Okay.
And
Do we vote on this separate from the next year?
Yes.
Brad, you're muted. I see your lips moving.
I'm sorry. I would just reiterate, not that it's not unworthy and doesn't have some tourism promotion benefits. What we discussed yesterday and what I was persuaded by is that this is already, in a sense, costs are incurred, and the event's just a couple of weeks away, and simply providing monies kind of after the fact to reimburse is not the best use of the state tax monies.
Can I ask a question?
Sure.
Can I ask a question to Roger? So one of the arguments yesterday that we went back and forth a bit is it really promoting these, what do you call it, heads into bed, okay, or not? So I Googled around a little bit yesterday, and I'm not very familiar with all the PGA website and USGA websites, but I failed, honestly, to find tickets or any reference how to get in. That was one thing. Well, but I was really looking for, trying to be, a guest from the outside that doesn't know anything. So how am I actually allowed to go there? I couldn't find a reference, okay? What I need to say at the gate to get into river course, I didn't find anything. And the second thing I couldn't find, but I'm sure you can update me on that one, is if any of the networks would cover that in any possible way. So I even went on the Golf Channel. I couldn't find a reference that this is, broadly broadcasted.
You probably won't see broadcast of the actual play. It'll be covered by Golf News. It will be covered.
There will be snippets of. Okay.
And as an event, I think we're all pretty jaded about events here because we've had two PGA championships and the senior PGA. We all understand that concept. And amateur golf and the USGA golf, other than the US Open, both women's and men's, and the Walker Cup and some things like that are televised. Most of the USGA events aren't televised, but they have a huge following within the USGA because it's the amateur body. People involved with it know about it. So we will get players. I don't even know the size of the field, but I should know, but I don't know it. And you'll get family and friends who will come and watch, and that will be the heads and beds. We've never been able to quantify exactly for anything we've approved on the ATAX just exactly how many we get, but we know that we get them. And so it falls within the guidelines of what we've done in the past. But this is harder to do. I can tell you how many people will be here for the PGA Championship and on rooms like that, but not for this event. So it's a little more difficult.
For the community members, how would they know? I honestly learned yesterday that everybody is allowed to come.
I would expect that you'll see local newspapers, all that, where it'll be put out that you can come see this event and walk in the door.
Okay, so it's just a few days ahead.
And just as a comment on all of this SATAX money, none of it is just mail a check to these organizations. It's all a reimbursement. They have to submit expenditure receipts, if you will, and then we pay them back. So the fact that we've singled this one out as just reimbursing an expense, they're all a reimbursement. That's the way it works. So it's not just to clarify, this is not different than anything else. Okay?
That's a question. Can I just, how are these people going to get through the gate? How are these people going to get through the gate, the visitors? What do you mean, the gate? There's a gate. There's a golf course, the river course. How are they going to get through the gate?
I guess, I don't know.
No. This is for this particular event, because again, as Alex said, I learned yesterday that public is allowed, but how are they going to go through the...
That's the club responsibility.
Yeah, I don't.
Provide that access, and they should know. You can't just walk in and go through the gate and say, I want to go to the golf. I want to go to the golf event, I would think.
Probably will be able to do exactly that if they are running it like a normal event.
But then, I mean, that just opens the gate to anybody. They say, I'm going to go see the golf event. Oh, no, I don't think the gate's going to let you go through.
Maybe not. I don't know. I don't know the answer to that, Alex.
I would hope that.
Let's go back. We want to fund this $75,000 for the U.S. Amateur Four-Ball Championship, which is going to have, I want to say I read 180-some teams in this event.
Well, do we have two motions? Do we have to take the recommendation from the Ways and Means Committee, or can we make a separate motion just now? What do we have to do?
Yeah.
I'll
Ways and
make
Means
a
didn't-
motion to move to amend.
Because it was just a recommendation from Ways and Means.
Yeah.
Oh, then I'll move to approve the $75,000.
And I think
Or
I'll
less.
second- I'll
We
second
can
that.
also say we give less, right? We don't have to stay with 75.
Well, we could, but, what would be the point of that? It's not like we don't have the funds in there. So I would second that motion. Any further comments?
I would just say, and maybe, Roger, you can submit that, I'm not really happy how this all turned out. So could have been better maybe, but next time. So.
Yeah, and I'm representing the ATAX committee, not the event, so.
I know. That's why I'm saying. So indirectly. So I think this could have been gone better. So.
All in favor?
Aye.
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 Okay.
No.
Okay, so, yeah, 3-1, 3-1.
Right, said no, yeah.
3-1, yeah. So now we move to the 23-24 SATAX recommendations. And I guess the recommendation from the Ways and Means Committee was to approve these amounts as submitted from the SATAX Committee funding recommendations. And again, just to reiterate how these recommendations are formulated by the committee, the committee gets a list of all of the requests from whoever it is that's requesting SATAX money. And typically, each of the requesting organizations comes and presents to the SATAX committee what they want, how much they want, what they want it for, what they expect the results to be. And to the extent they can quantify those results, they do. Oftentimes, it's just kind of a barometer reading on what they think is going to be the impact. And then each of the committee members votes on how much they get by designating how much money of their request they believe they should be awarded. And then the resulting SATAX funding recommendation is the average of those votes. And if a person on the SATAX committee is actually representing one of the groups that's requesting funds, they don't vote for that one because a little conflict of interest there. So they effectively abstain from that vote. So the sheet that's in the book today is under the column SATAX committee funding recommendations are what the Ways and Means Committee forwarded to council to approve. So I would entertain a motion to approve these submissions from the Ways and Means, which is what the SATAX committee recommended.
And then we can discuss.
Yeah.
Okay, so I move that forward.
Okay, and second, so discussion.
Yeah. So I think, thank you, that was very helpful, similar to yesterday, to explain to the community how this works. I have two questions.
Right.
One, I understand why we are giving less to enhanced rescue equipment, because it was this, commingled vote and average that occurred from it. But I would be willing to entertain the idea to actually fund this entirely and find an offset somewhere else, because this is, if we can.
So speaking of the offset, so when we established the available funds, we hadn't yet gotten the last quarter numbers to know whether we were going to be ahead of this SATAX accumulation rate. We actually are going to be ahead of this rate. So there is actually enough money to fully fund the barrier rescue, Barrier Island Ocean Rescue Enhanced Rescue Equipment to the amount that they
So
they
I
requested.
would like to include that into this decision or into an additional motion. I don't know if we have to do this to fully fund that, especially since we have the money. And then I'm not familiar, and I apologize, with the Giving Tree thing. How would that fall into categories 1 and 2?
That's an interesting question, and that one. You can see the funding level on that was substantially less than what they requested. And if I just read what the mission statement is for them, it says to create a lasting and meaningful initiative that strives to eliminate systemic and institutional racism and promotes diversity, equity, and inclusion on Kiowa Island. Our vision is to enable racial, social, and economic progress that outlives this moment in time and transforms Kiowa Island to a community that leads on, not just locally, but across our state and nation. And this 3-day event will feature the best of Kiowa to attract new, diverse visitors to experience Kiowa Island. Not a lot about exactly what the event would be, and I guess the committee felt that the notion of having an event that was couched with this mission statement wasn't warranted in terms of fully funding that event.
Thank you.
Any other comments?
Yeah, and I apologize, this caught my eye. This Garden and Gun, what gun?
So
What are we
That's a
doing?
magazine.
So the Garden and
It's a magazine.
It's a Garden and Gun is a magazine, kind of
We're not gonna have guns down there.
a home style southern kind of hunt club, fish club sort of magazine that
Skate
promotes,
shooting.
among other things,
I had to Google it too, so I was
resorts
wondering.
on the coast. And this, what they're going to do with their funds basically is support these internet influencers to spend some time on Kiowa and then promote it. I'm trying to figure out how I can become an internet influencer and get people to pay me to go to fancy resorts. So, but that's what they do. They did it very successfully last year on 2 occasions, and this supports part of that effort this year as well.
Okay, all right.
Any other comments? So right now we have a motion to approve this. I guess we can amend the motion to fully fund the enhanced rescue equipment.
Please.
Do you amend the motion?
Yes, I would like to amend the motion.
All right, and I'll second that amendment. So we vote on the amendment. All in favor?
Well, if we're gonna enhance the rescue, why can't we enhance the Giving Tea?
I don't think we need to, my opinion wouldn't be not to enhance that, but.
Really? You guys talked about it and you thought the 8750 would?
Yeah. Do we want to change the towns to fully fund the town?
The what? I'm sorry?
We want to do the sheriff dip, the 525 to 532 and the 397 to 408?
Sure.
So I withdraw my original motion. So I'll do a new motion. I move that we approve the recommendations of the Ways and Means with the 3 adjusted amounts of fully funding the enhanced rescue equipment, beach patrol services, and Charleston County Sheriff deputies, all others being the amounts recommended by the SATAX committee.
So a second, I'm sorry.
Any comments? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay.
Aye.
Petra, I'll give you those numbers when we're done. Oh, you got it? Okay.
Okay, the next request is from Kimley Horn for $16,500. Again,
Mayor, I had asked, I think go to the next, I think that's been changed, right?
Yeah, we changed that to later, I believe.
You have an old agenda.
what is it now?
We moved it to after after executive session because depending on your decision, you may or may not.
That's what I was gonna say, okay, all right.
The next is the
Traffic counts.
Approval of the proposal for the annual traffic counts, that came out of the Ways and Means long discussion on that yesterday, $27,300, and I think we agreed to the tubes.
Yep.
Could I have a motion to approve?
So
Motion.
moved.
Motion to approve.
Motion to approve.
Second, is there a second?
Second.
Any discussion?
We had, I posed the question to John yesterday, and I don't know if he'd had a chance to get any response as to how the counts were done and being produced to the town.
He's here.
The granularity.
Yeah, so I wanted to, I did reach out to the vendor on that particular question, and sort of two parts to the answer. The data that's collected is live data, and so they are tracking every minute that vehicles are coming across a particular count location. The second part of that is the report out data. While they can produce every minute that is they can produce a report that shows every single minute, but the sort of best practices of their experience have been providing a 15-minute interval that would translate to be able to digest, because you would have minutes and hundreds of pages of live data, if that makes sense, to track.
John, I guess it makes sense for a public digestibility standpoint. I get that, but given the fact that there's a very specific contractual reason for this, if it shows that any, quarterly, any hour, 60-minute period measured by quarters gets close to the trigger, just so long as I'm clear that we can actually ourselves get the minute-by-minute data to assess whether, in fact, there might have been a higher count over a different 60-minute period than reflected by the 15-minute increments. Does that make any sense?
No, I mean, the second part of that, I mean, because when you mention the contractual piece, that's for the development agreement requirements, it's looking at not just one particular day, it's an aggregate of multi-day, and so you would be comparing one single day, which that value wouldn't translate across multiple days and reaching that near capacity traffic volume. So I meant we could
I
pull that data.
understand that, but it may be that over 3 consecutive days, one day you actually go over the trigger, another day you're just short, and the next day you go right over, and it may turn out that the day you're just short based on a review just on the quarterly data, that if you parse that from 8:37 to 9:37, you actually go over the trigger. And I think that's important that I don't care necessarily how it's reported publicly, but I just want to make sure we have the ability to assess, and it sounds like we do, that at a minute by minute level, and that would only become relevant if you're at or near the trigger over the counted periods of time.
Yep, that's fine. I mean, the vendor has shared that they are able to do that. They would have to do a little more work on their end to provide that, but they're able to do that. And then the other thing that I'll just finally add is just that the numbers each day will always go to the whatever that peak volume is that day. So whether that occurred at 7:05 versus 8:10, we'll get the highest volume of whatever that number is. So that data is kind of already captured in the reporting out of what we have.
I think to simplify what Brad's asking is that as long as we will have access to the lowest level of data, we could conceivably even load it into a database and do these manipulations ourselves. And I think that's what you're asking is, will we have access to that data to exercise it however we see fit?
Yes, you should.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay.
So there's been a motion and a second. Any other discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
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 All right. The next, first reading offenses against public peace. This is ordinance 2023-0 25, 23. So what we're really saying is fireworks only on the 4th of July and Christmas Eve.
No, New Year's Eve.
Or New Year's Eve, excuse me, New Year's Eve.
And only by
Approval.
an approval.
Commercial entities, which would be the resort and Kiwa Partners
The club.
Club. And I don't believe Kika does anything, but normally it's just the club and the resort.
But it's not specified as such in here.
Commercial entities, those are the only two.
I would just have a suggestion. I'm not sure if that means we table this or not, but I found reading it kind of difficult to parse, and it would strike me that perhaps the simplest way to address this is to simply have the first sentence be something to the effect that notwithstanding the below, fireworks are prohibited, period. So everybody understands that. And then you set forth the very specific conditions in which they would be allowed, which is Johns Island County Fire Department approval only on certain days and only on certain times, and you have to pick up and clean up.
Well, what we can do, Mr. Belt, if you all would like to move forward with it, but you just want to change the language, you can still approve it at first reading because it has to come back at second reading, and we can make the changes by second reading, if that's okay with you all.
I agree with Brad that the simpler you make this read, the better it is. And there is some wordsmithing that I thought that we could do on a couple of them. So I would be in favor of approving the first reading and then getting these subtle changes made so it reads a lot clearer.
Yes, I'm more than happy to do that because from what I'm hearing, you all are fine with restricting it. You just want to kind of simplify and make it easier to read.
Yep.
Well, and be more clear.
On the
I mean, we know
entities.
what approved commercial entities are, but maybe not everybody might.
And we can definitely make those
Just maybe
edits.
put it
So
in
by, yeah, and we can
such
spell that
as-
out. So by,
Yep.
if you like to move forward, so then by second reading, we
Right.
will have all those changes and I'll work with you guys on
I
what's
would
in the
really
language.
encourage us that we do that because this is May. That means the second reading is going to be June, so we need to approve it in June and then get it communicated of the way it's going to be. 'Cause
By the
then
4th of
it's
July.
4th of July, so. Is that okay with
And
everybody?
just one other minor substantive change.
Yes.
I understand why 12:30 a.m. On January 1st, but I don't understand why you need to extend to July 5th on the 4th, because you're not sending off fireworks at midnight necessarily.
I can check on that. This comes as a recommendation from the Public Safety Committee, and they looked at other ordinances. So if we like to reduce it to, and I believe they talked with the resort in this, but if we want to talk with them and they're saying, yeah, we stopped shooting at 10:30 at night or 11, then we can definitely make that change.
Yep.
Every time I've ever been to one, it says that they do it at dusk, but or as soon as it gets dark. But I'm not sure why on the 4th. Again, I get it on New Year's Eve.
Yep.
Why you would need to have fireworks going off at 12:01 a.m.
So maybe that's some of the subtle changes we need to make.
Yes, I will definitely look into that, and we can make the change.
Yep.
With that as well.
All right.
So can I ask a question? To community members. So you mentioned earlier, just so I understand, so your argument was to even not allow July 4th and December 31st? No, it really wasn't. It was not. That's what I wanted to clarify.
Right.
So this ordinance is actually following your recommendation then?
It is to a certain extent, but, I do want to make everybody aware that, there are, other species other than turtle patrol that we need to be concerned about, seasonally.
Yeah, I understand that, but again,
Right.
your argument was, except for July 4th and December 31st, to not allow fireworks.
No, I'm not opposed to those July 4th and.
Okay, so that's why I'm saying, so this change of the ordinance that we are proposing here fits with your earlier comment.
Yes.
Okay, so we have a motion and a second in support, and it's going to be reworded, and this is the first reading Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Second? Yeah, thanks, we're all in favor. You guys gonna be able to police that? So that means that when fireworks are going off in the street and things like that, you'll be hustling around?
We do that now.
Do that now?
Specifically, that's a request, I believe, that the Public Safety Committee gets regarding the weddings, the ocean course, and people who want to hire a commercial entity to shoot fireworks for their event rather than a national holiday.
Okay, all right. So then the next are beach weddings. So what are you doing here,
So-
Ms. Tillerson?
This request, we have, we're starting to receive a number, I wouldn't say a lot, but we are receiving a request to hold buildings or hold weddings on the beach. When I started in 2015, we were allowing weddings, but it was at the approval of the town. And the direction that I was given was that we will allow weddings on the beach, very simple weddings, around no more than 10 people, just very simple. So we were approving them. But now what we're starting to see is people wanting to have a 200 to 300 party wedding on the beach, and bring out 200 chairs on the beach. And so, because we really don't have anything that prohibits it, actually we have ordinance that I believe that just states that you have to be seaward of the OCRM line. I'm going based on memory, but we don't really have anything to really restricted or limited number of people. We've just been doing that, and people have essentially said yes because we weren't getting a lot of requests. So the Public Safety Committee looked at other communities, and they just, this is their recommendation, which is, to limit it to 50, charge a fee, have number of chairs of no more than 25. And I did understand the Shorebird, and I did talk with them on that, and, we talked with Aaron. So, the proposal is to still allow it, but with restrictions if this is direction council would like for us to go. So we're providing an ordinance allowing weddings on the beach not to exceed 50 with all of these restrictions and requirements. But again, if you have concerns about the number, if you think the number is too high or too low, or you just want to restrict weddings altogether on the beach, we can do that. As you can see, one of the recommendations is to restrict weddings on the beach during a certain time of the year, during our busy time, Memorial, 4th of July, and Labor Day, or any other dates that may interfere with major special events. So
is this a draft that the staff put together kind of as a starting point? Is that
this could be, well, we're asking for this to be first reading. This one, of course, if you would like for us to take it back and do do some more research, come back, then I would maybe suggest not approving this at first reading. If you're looking at making potentially a lot of changes, this comes as a recommendation from the Public Safety Committee to Town Council.
My personal point of view about weddings on the beach is that they're good for the person getting married and incredibly disruptive for everyone else because they do them at the end of a boardwalk, and then access is I would rather not approve this now and have let's go back and look at it in I think a more restrictive way. I think that if you think about weddings on the beach, it's not only disruptive for people trying to walk down the boardwalks, it's disruptive for a whole lot of things depending on the time of year.
Yeah, and one of the things, with regards to what you've just said, we've indicated to people that really the last wedding that we approved, she wanted a very large wedding at the Sandcastle. We then dwindled it down to maybe it was like 100 people or so, I don't recall. And then it was the chairs, and I said, well, you cannot have anyone driving the vehicle or vehicles, trucks bringing the chairs on the beach. You have to figure out a way to get them there. I notify our beach patrol. I let the couple know that they cannot close off the beach. It's, essentially, you may have a lot of other people just standing around, looking at. So I agree, all those things that you said, and that's why we try to limit it to 10. So essentially, people get on and get off. But now, since they're expanding the size of their party to 200 or 300 people and trying to bring all these chairs on there, and they want to have some decorations, and they want to have someone playing music. It's now becoming, like I said, we're
The
getting
beach
more
is
more
just a
requests.
big venue now, and it's not, I don't think that's the intention.
So
That's my opinion.
So I have literally 3 concerns, okay? One, the size with 50 even. I think this is, I mean, even where they would park is an issue. Where they stand, sit, decorate, etc. I would clearly limit it to at least, at max, something like 25 or even less. One. Second, I really don't understand why we would allow, we put so much effort between May 1st and October 31st, I believe, to protect our turtles, and then we allow weddings. This is a total, I'm sorry? No, it's not. It is allowed. You just have to do it behind the OCRM setback line. And how do you enforce this? You know, they set up the chairs, and then in the middle of the ceremony, the beach patrol comes by and tells them to move. This is not realistic,
So I think
from my
that
point of view.
I would,
And I don't want to put that burden on our beach patrol, to be really honest.
So what do we-
I would
so-
clearly say there is no wedding on the beach between May 1st and October 31st.
So perhaps the better solution is to not approve this and do a little work on it before we bring it to the first reading. So is that a motion that we need to not approve this and revisit it? How does that?
Can't we just table this?
Well, but
We just, I would say let's take this off, let's not. Okay, so nobody makes a motion to approve, then we're gonna rework this a little bit.
How many are we talking about? Not weddings, but weddings on the beach.
Well, right now, we're not talking about a lot, but we're starting to start seeing an uptick in there. So probably now we're in, what, May?
Half a dozen, a dozen, 2
Well,
dozen?
so far, I've probably have had about maybe 3 or 4 requests.
Oh, I
but-
certainly scrub it.
Now, they may go up, they may increase, but I think what I'm seeing now, as opposed to just 8 years ago, we may not see a huge volume. The volume is increasing, but we're also seeing the number in the party that's growing from, like, when we were just allowing 10 people to people wanting to do 200 or 300.
So, I'm sorry, Stephanie, so you're saying over the course of 12 months?
Of course, the 12 months, I just said.
No, I understand, but over the course of 12 months, we probably don't have more than 10 requests for weddings on the beach. Maybe 15.
Yeah,
but
I would probably say that's
then why don't we just say no weddings, period?
That's what get my vote.
I would just say no weddings. I mean, why are we making, writing 3 pages for 15 weddings that are causing only trouble for you to argue, for the beach patrol to administer? I mean, for such a small amount, I would just say no.
The resort went to great lengths and built a beautiful chapel, and they have the sanctuary right there. I mean, there's clearly a number of venues where people get married here. The beach ain't one of them. Just leave it at that.
One of the things I also would like to include maybe as this discussion is that we're getting some requests for special events on the beach that's non-wedding related. That can be from for instance, we just approved one down by Ocean Course. It's a conference, and they want to host a reception on the beach. It's just 2 hours from 5 to 7, and for instance, it was going to be up to 200 people. So we're starting to get the requests are starting to spread to have activity on the beach.
So I would suggest that we not do anything with this proposed ordinance, and we come back and we really look at what is it we're trying to manage here. You kind of want to approach this with the end in mind. Are we really trying to address more than just weddings? And then if we are, then we need to have an ordinance written that addresses that broader group of things, whether it's family reunions or it's conferences or whatever it is. But I would say that we should just leave this alone for now and come back with maybe a more comprehensive approach.
I don't disagree at all with that, John. My only concern is, given these things coming into Stephanie now, what is our policy? I'm concerned if Stephanie's saying, well, I approved a conference, a large 200-person conference event down at the Ocean Course. strikes me that that's something, if we're concerned about 25-person wedding, which I understand, I'm much more concerned about a 200-person conference event on the beach.
So,
Especially
the other
at a location
alternative,
without a
Brad,
boardwalk.
would be to approve this as a first reading and then make some modifications to it to include other events besides weddings for the second reading. And that certainly would be okay with me. I don't know that we necessarily need to take it off the table. We just need to be sure that we're going to ultimately pass an ordinance that meets the objectives that we're trying to meet. So, I mean, if we want to...
But can we give some guidance to Stephanie? So, for example, my proposal would be the beach is off limits for anything. No weddings, no receptions, no conferences, no family reunions, etc. In an organized fashion, right? I mean, if people come with their chairs and set up a circle, I mean, that's okay.
Well,
But
is it? I mean, there's a neighborhood event that occurs every year where there's probably 100 people right at the end of the boardwalk that's next to the sandcastle, and they do it every year. Now, is that an event? Well, so anyway, I guess my point is, you know, I don't disagree with what Brad's saying, that if we want to kind of put a stake in the sand, no pun intended, that allows us to control something, give you some guidance right away, okay, fine, but we need to be prepared to look at this beach activity thing in a broader way. And if we do that in a subsequent ordinance, great, but, okay?
And just a question for Joe. I mean, with regard to first reading, second reading, given the fact that it's entitled, you know, beach management, chapter beach and beach recreation areas, beach weddings, would we have the latitude for a second reading to go kind of well beyond weddings?
Yeah, I've been trying to say something about that. I don't think that, am I really loud?
Yeah.
Yes. I don't think we should flip in a second reading to changing this from beach weddings to every event. Because that would be, I mean, there's it's a fuzzy line, but I think that kind of crosses the line. So I would prefer to see this tabled if it's going to be expanded in that fashion and appropriately noticed out as restrictions on all activities on the beach.
So then the question becomes, I guess, if we're going to table it, can we, is it appropriate to perhaps pass a resolution that for the benefit of staff to deal with all the current incoming requests until such time as we actually enact an ordinance?
No, you just give staff your input.
Okay.
On what y'all think, and y'all have been doing that, but no, there's no additional resolutions on the agenda.
So perhaps we should pass this as a first reading and
No, we just table it.
Not if it's going to be used to.
I'm sorry, I misspoke. Not pass it as a first reading, and table it.
And I would say, Brad, that from our discussion, I think Stephanie gets our sensitivity to the topic and our reaction, for example, to an ocean course, reception kind of thing. So I would feel confident that in the remainder, in the next couple of weeks, while we are working on this, she knows that she has to be very sensitive about these things.
That's correct.
If that's okay with you.
Can I just add, I mean, this is something that a lot of beach communities are struggling with.
Yep.
I mean, it's kind of like the noise ordinance. Heck, it's kind of like the fireworks ordinance. I mean, it's an issue that requires a lot of thought because there are a lot of moving pieces.
I want to be sure you're going to get the result that you think
you're going to get. That's all I'm saying. Yeah. So don't, I mean.
No, you're right.
But again, we are talking about organized events, I mean, commercially organized events. We are not talking about, an HOA party or friends party at the beach within the normal, guidelines. We're talking about something that is organized.
Yeah.
Right, commercially organized.
And I think eventually what you'll want to think about is if there's a permit to do anything on the beach, that generally it's done with a numbers limit. so that you're not capturing informal. So you can't require a group of 5 people to get a permit, right? And where that number ceilings out is kind of fuzzy, but 25, because I've had to deal with this issue, I generally feel is fine. When you get below 20, that's when it becomes a little worrisome.
Okay.
Just FYI.
So
So what
do
we're
we
doing
need a
for
motion
item-
to table?
No,
No.
unless there was a motion to take it up already, no.
So item G, we're just not going to, we're tabling it. We're just not going to address it. Is that what I'm hearing? Okay. Item H, this is the first reading of our 23-24 budget, and we've all spent time on that.
So yeah, if you think about what we did yesterday at the Ways and Means, we said that presumably we would approve this as the first reading of the budget, and then we're going to schedule a public hearing on the 22nd of May, which is the same day as the next Ways and Means Committee, at which time the public would have a chance to review what we talked about yesterday. Because I think if Dorota does this today, she's going to say, you could have recorded what you did yesterday and done the same thing today. So I think what we said yesterday was we approve the first reading, we schedule a public hearing, we publicize the public hearing, and then we have a second reading then after the Ways and Means, after the public hearing and the Ways and Means Committee, 2 different events.
But do we need to decide today about those 4 additional topics that you listed out yesterday?
They were included in the budget. They were already incorporated. So you're approving it as those items are in the budget.
We don't need to, again, approve the items.
No.
We just approve the budget that includes those 4 items. That's fine, yeah, thank you.
So I move that we approve the budget in the first reading and schedule the public hearing and Ways and Means Committee for May 22nd, which would set us up for the second reading at the June Town Council meeting.
Okay.
Yeah, so moved.
I moved.
Oh, I'm sorry, second.
You second? Okay.
Motion and second. Any other discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
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 Could I have a motion to go into executive session pursuant to section 30-4-70?
So moved.
Second.
Any discussion? Okey dokey.
We need to get our motions.
Yeah, I'm sorry, I'm getting tired here, so. I know. Too much. Okay.
I don't think we had a food.
Yeah, I came close.
Maybe. All right.
Yes. I'm going. Oh, well, you're gonna talk about it anyway.
So, yeah.
So Aaron, we're talking here, it's not gonna be live?
Right, Michael's in there.
Oh, okay, great. So you guys all set up.
I move we come out of executive session.
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay. So we are out of executive session. Could I have a motion to enter into a non-binding letter of intent for the purchase of the Kiowa Island real estate building and site located at 1 Kiowa Island Parkway?
I move that we authorize the mayor to negotiate and enter into a non-binding letter of intent for the purchase of the Kiowa Island real estate building and site located at 1 Kiowa Island Parkway.
Is there a second?
Second.
Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Could I have a motion to approve the proposal from Kinley Horn for the Kiowa Island Parkway roundabout benefit cost analysis?
So moved.
Second.
Any discussion? Dylan, could you make a detailed presentation that would probably last 2 or 3 hours on this? I'm kidding. I'm kidding. I'm kidding. We're going home. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
It's approved.
Aye.
Thank you, Dylan.
Thank you.
Motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Second?
All in favor?
Aye.
Good night.
Aye.